Belgian, one of the boom areas of this continent when it comes to darts. We've seen a litany of Belgian dart players over the last 2.5 years. Some have succeeded, some have not. But even someone as experienced as
131.
our finalist on Saturday, it took him a while to get there. Brian Roman, former WDF ranked #1 player, not even 30 yet. Took him a good 2.5 years to get to the final match of a week. So not everybody succeeds when they come here the first time.
Well, there's a lot of great players that have taken a while to make a real imprint. Look at Neil Duff, for example. Took him a fair few scrapes to then get that first win. Then when he won his first one, he just never stopped winning.
Already,
95.
Kevin has got my attention with his approach. It looks very solid. Some good decision-making on some interesting numbers like 233.
57.
When he had 95,
138.
he went treble 19, but second dart was for 16s.
58.
I'm choosing not to talk about his flights yet because 3 different colours. No, I'm not behind that. I was talking to Steve West about that at the weekend. We don't like it. We like uniformity.
125. Kevin, you require 80.
It's not about what we want, Kevin. It's about what you want, which is 20 and tops.
But a block tops has to pick a side.
40. Jemai
Find a way above, and so Jemai looking at 130 for a 2-0 lead in the breaker throw. Treble leaves the ball. Not to be on this occasion.
58. Kevin, you require 40.
This would settle him down. A first double. Not that one. That one will do.
On the second leg.
Your first leg on the stage is a win with a double-double checkout, albeit accidentally.
So like it's Jemai to throw first. Game on.
Well, Kevin has the nickname The Outsider, and it'd be perfectly correct to call himself that, because in terms of the bookmakers' odds, he is the player that has been written off more than anybody else. 40-1 to win the week and 25-1 to win this group.
Well, that can't be the reason he's
46.
called the Outsider, because I'm sure that shirt was not printed after the odds came out this morning. So I wonder why he's called that.
Now, I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist here, but there's an Illuminati eye on the shirt.
140.
There is.
$91.
You're going to tell me that in game 2 he's going to wear a tin hat?
I'm not going down that road.
Yeah, I don't think we should either.
96. Jemai require 170.
Is anyone going to get one of these this week?
58.
He's giving me Jimmy Van Ski vibes. It's not just because he's tall. It's the calmness that he has when he plays.
79. Jemai require 112.
Well, he's in the same stable as Jimmy Van Ski. And is he going to make as instant an impression? He
80.
cannot find the 112. And so
require 140.
Lankhuizen has a look at the 140 to get the break and open up a 2-1 lead.
$79.
Almost leaves tops.
32.
Vanden Herik down in the bottom left corner.
Game shot on the third leg.
And takes that 2-1 lead.
Vanden Herik. Fourth leg against Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Interesting name, Jemai, isn't it? It's not something you would see every day. We know a lot of Kevins.
100.
And the most famous Belgian Kevin is obviously De Bruyne.
42.
But I like the fact that the Belgian players like to wear their colours on their dart shirt. They're proud of their nation. They should be. It's a beautiful country.
80.
Have you been to Belgium, Henry?
I have not, but it's very high up on the priority list. Mind you, there's a lot of Europe that's high up on the priority list that I haven't been to yet.
60.
If you're going to go to a European tour event in darts, Belgium is something you should experience. Great fans, great hospitality.
57.
And the country that does the best custard eclair. So if you're going to have an off week from your healthy eating, Belgium is the place to go.
137.
Everybody as well says the same thing about that European tour event in Belgium. I was speaking to a couple of players that played in that event, and they said the atmosphere
60.
there is as good as anywhere you'll go to because they're loud, they're passionate, but they let you get on with the game as well.
They're fair.
92.
Not all countries are like that. Oh, this would be wonderful.
100.
A little bit of shoulder in that
Might
third
require
dart.
170.
Vanden Herik's got another chance at a 170 finish.
So we're going to get, and so Kevin has just kind of hung around the coattails of
64.
Jemai over the course of this match, and he's got an opportunity to get level if he can find double top.
Game
He
shot on
gets
the
the double
fourth
10,
leg.
and we have a level
Kevin
game.
Lankhuizen. Fifth leg, it's Jemai.
I
to
just
throw
get the
first.
sense, Nico, it's
Game
going to
on.
be one of those days where we're going to get a lot of tight games, a lot of 4-2s and a lot of 4-3s.
That's fine by us.
96.
The more darts, the better.
You can't possibly ask for more darts than you get these days. You're on a 24/7 darts channel on Pluto TV.
55.
Although things are a little bit quiet in the lead up to the PDC World Cup. But there were tournaments over the weekend, not just in Leverkusen.
89.
There were some key victories in the WDF system. Sophie McKinley getting 2. And congratulations to Sophie, who had a
90.
wonderful time in Switzerland. Mikhail Unterbuchner became the new Swiss Open champion, and Dave Pallett won the other event in Switzerland as
99.
well. So many congratulations to Dave, who I know is a really good friend of our new colleague Sam Mulliner.
Yeah, Dave's somebody who's had some
100.
difficult ties, but it looks like he's coming back the other end. It looks like his game's in a good place once again. We saw him, didn't we, in the previous series, and to be honest, he was slightly unlucky he didn't make it through to Saturday. Played some handy stuff, but found himself in a tough group, although nobody's ever going to be dealt as harsh a hand as Jamie Lewis did last week.
138. Jemai
Averaging
requires
93
78.
and you pick up a couple of wins. Game's gone.
This leg might be gone.
72. Kevin, you require
He's
180.
missed 10 darts at double, and he could be 3-2 down here to a Lankhuizen averaging about 79. Double top. Really
Game
good.
shot on the fifth leg.
Very impressive.
Kevin Lankhuizen.
Saw his chance and took it. And now has 2 cracks at getting a debut
Fifth
win
leg,
here.
it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Just picking up the pieces, isn't he, Kevin Lankhuizen? And now has the darts in his hand to, as you say, still a debut win on the Super Series
57.
stage. Now, having a look at his record for this year, has made a quarter-final on the Challenge Tour, lost out 5-1 to Ted Evans, but beat some
140.
decent players en route. The aforementioned David Pallett, Charlie Martin, who we've seen here to some success in the past, Von Moolenkamp.
140.
That third dart there from Kevin, that was right out of the Richie Burnett playbook.
83.
That wasn't thrown, that was thrust.
Also had a win over Kelvin O'Keefe, 5-4 on
140.
the Challenge Tour this year. But Kelvin actually did think that game was first to 4.
$122. Kevin, you reckon 164.
He's got possibly 6 darts from this position to beat Jemai Vanden Herik in the first game he plays. And he didn't hesitate on his numbers there. He might be nervous in this opening encounter, but he's done a very good job.
I get the sense he is a player that's just growing and growing in confidence as this game has gone along, and that could well set a very good tone for the week ahead.
40.
So double top it is for Kevin Lankhuizen to get a win in his opening match, his debut game on the Super Series stage. Well, that was a really handy performance. He got better as the game went along, but the outsider showing that he's very much at home on this stage. In the battle of the debutants, it's Kevin Lankhuizen that has beaten vanden Herik by 4 legs to 2. That's the tail of the tape. 10 missed darts for Jamai. That was his undoing in that one. But for Kevin, the perfect start in his first ever stage and televised match. Coming up after the break, Kurt Parry takes on Scott Campbell. The Modus Super Series before the break, Kevin Lankhuizen got the better of vanden Herik by 4 legs to 2 to kick his week off with a win. And so to round 2 we go on this Monday morning, and we kick off with a meeting between 2 players looking to move on to 4 points. Kurt Parry and Scott Campbell winning the opening fixtures of the day, one rather more convincingly than the other. Kurt Parry got the better of Sam Spivey by 4 legs to 0, despite missing 13 darts at a double. His scoring prowess and scoring power was there, but Scott Campbell was able to knit the two together averaging in excess of 91, 3 180s, 4 from 5 on his doubles, including a couple of literally ton checkouts in his match against Martin Turner. Two players who have become well acquainted to one another because they shared a practice room for the International Pairs Week around about a month or so ago. But instead of it being Scotland against Wales, it's Kurt Parry against Scott Campbell.
$45.
I don't know if you've been to Kurt Parry's neck of the woods, near Ogma Vale in South Wales. It is absolutely stunning. You don't see many Welsh dart players who move from Wales. If you think about it, Mark Webster, still in Wales. Richie Burnett, still in Wales. Gezi Price in Wales. Johnny Clayton, Kurt Parry. I'll go on and on and on. Martin Phillips. Why do they not move from Wales? Think about it. Because it is rather incredible.
Beautiful part of the world.
60.
You think about someone like John Henderson, for instance, from Scotland. Why has he not moved from Huntly in Aberdeenshire?
85.
Because as much as it would make sense to move closer to a major airport like Manchester or Heathrow, home is home. And I'm sure Scott Campbell would say that Aberdeenshire is home to him as well.
36.
And he doesn't want to move. So sometimes in this sport, you've got to be able to do a bit of extra travelling.
83.
Because you're not willing to move closer to something to make it easier.
Luckily for me, I live at the Modus Live Lounge in Portsmouth.
$134.
Picks up a couple of trebles there. Not enough to put him on a finish, but enough to put Kurt Parry under pressure of this setup turn. But
139.
a couple of trebles there leaves him in a very good position when he comes back.
I keep thinking today, is there a match in this Group A situation that we are going to see in the final match of the week? And I can genuinely say, hand on heart, there are 2 or 3 games that if they were the final, I would not be surprised.
Game show.
And if Kurt Parry starts doubling accurately, then everybody's in trouble.
Second, I get Scott to throw first. Game on.
I've got some good friends in this sport. I've known Kurt since he was a kid. And if I was to become someone who would want to, let's say, manage a player, and if you didn't have to worry about money, and you wanted to look after someone's well-being and their career for their sake only, not in a financial sense, there aren't many people I would say I'd want to take care of him, and Kurt is 60. One of them. If I won the lottery, one of the first things I'd do is I'd contact Kurt and I'd say, right, you play what you want. Let me take care of that for you, because he's got so much ability. If he was given the financial freedom that some players have yielded for themselves over the last few years, like Nathan Aspinall or Rob Cross, Kurt Parry has got the skill set to do what they've done.
125.
Finding that treble with such regularity. And when that first start drops just like that in the bed, you expect bedfellows to join. This has been a really decent contest up to press. The first max of the match is quickly followed by the second. And it feels like this pair are just getting going. Campbell 138 to level up at 1 apiece.
Campbell's already got 4 maximums today. I like this play a lot. You don't go 19s on dart 2 there.
88.
That's showing a little bit of board flexibility. I really liked what he just did. That was super close to having a chance at double 8 again.
96. Scott, you're
Look at the barrel, diverted it the wrong side, and so Campbell has an opportunity to square up. Double 16. Awkward. There's a little portion of the bottom side to possibly find.
I think he was throwing that from the wrong position.
Kurt, you require 40. Game shot on the second.
That was thrown very well.
Kurt Parry.
Now, if Campbell, as a left-hander, is trying to get the top portion of that double 16, he's bringing the flight into play. If you throw it from the other side, you can actually use the flight as a marker. And you can use the right side of the barrel as something that cushions it into the bed. That can't happen from the other side.
What do you think the key's been to the improvement of Kurt Parry? Because the action doesn't change. It's never changed from the first time we've seen him. What do you think the biggest difference has been in 2025 to see him become a little bit more of a reliable campaigner here?
It's very simple. We've had this conversation with him, Henry. It's the ADC system in South Wales. It's the ability for him to play local tournaments on a regular basis
140
against fellow talented players. And he doesn't have to sacrifice time away from his kids.
99.
Because they have taken precedence over the years. He's a great dad. He's a devoted family man. He wants to see his kids grow up. And he doesn't want to travel the world and wonder what birthdays were like for his children. He wants to be there for everything. And the ability of the ADC to take darts to him
60.
has allowed him to have this odd trip to Portsmouth, to have this kind of success. It makes sense for his life. And it makes sense for a lot of people's lives, especially domestically. Speak to someone like Carl Wilson later in the week about the ADC system and what it's done for him.
57.
Has dabbled a little bit in the Championship Tour. Well, I say dabbled a little bit. He's fifth in that particular order of merit. So in a very good position to qualify for the Tour finals come the end of the year and potentially
game shot on the third leg.
The Global Championship 2 come December as Scott Campbell fires a 13 darter. They cancel out the 14 darter of Kurt Parry in the previous leg. Back on throw, back at 2-1.
You look at that list of players who are in maybe the top 16 of the Championship Tour order of merit at the minute. Of those players winning the Global Championship in the ADC here at the Live Lounge in December.
21.
Who would it affect most, that amount of money?
100.
Kurt's got to be very, very close to the top of that list.
£60,000 for the winner of that competition. Now, the top 8 on that tour will qualify, as I say, for the Tour finals. Now, that's a tournament which takes place here 22. At the end of the year, just before the Global Championships take precedent. Couple of grand for the winner. The top 8 currently Jack Tweddle, Carl Wilson, Christian Perez, who isn't playing the last round, so it's going to be hanging on nervously. Probably not going to get in the Global Championship, but could get in the Tour Championship. Graham Hall, Kurt Parry, Sean Fox, Adrian Gray, and Chaz Barstow.
Yeah, big names there.
94.
And unfortunately, the defending champion can't defend it because he's got a tour card now in Andy Bolton.
45.
I know we might be going slightly off topic and talking about things that are happening later in the year. But can you imagine what could happen if someone like a Kurt Parry was to go on and win a weekly title for the first time? It might have a profound effect. Because in August, he might become a series champion. And then you win that, your confidence is swollen for Championship Tour events and visits back here for later in the season. The ripple effect is massive. Just ask Campbell.
He's not going to take out the 1-2-4. So Parry's got an opportunity to get the third consecutive breaker throw in this match if he can find the 116. which he can't get after the first dart just low into the single one. So Campbell
51.
for parity.
Scott, you're
looking at
required
61. Remember, he trailed this game 2-0.
You're the one who said we were going to get a lot of 4-3s and 4-2s, Henry. You might be right.
Oh, we're here for the long haul this week.
Double 18.
Game
He
shown
finds
the
it.
four flag.
First dart, not so good. Second
Scott
dart, brilliant.
Campbell.
Sometimes maybe good.
Fifth flag, it's
Sometimes
Scott
maybe
to
not
throw
good.
First. Game on.
But that one was good.
There you go, by the way, as you mentioned.
123.
Potentially, someone could earn £90,000 in prize money, just first prize money alone. You win your week, 5 grand, 25 grand for the Champions Week, 60 grand for the Global Championship. That takes out a player, of course, your appearance money, all the rest of it. So you're probably talking close to 100k all told.
180.
How many players are going to earn that on an order of merit system this year? Very, very few.
It's
43.
difficult to do it. When people come up to me and they say that Super Series darts doesn't have a massive effect, because there are skeptics. There's skeptics in all walks of life. I use one
132.
situation, and it didn't even happen here. It happened in our previous studio. Robert Owen, from South Wales, not
134.
far from where Kurt Parry lives, paid off his house. And it didn't take him that long.
Well, look at Adam Warner. Picked up 5 grand. That was the money which then gave him the means to go to
59.
Q school. Picked up his card, and we've never seen him again.
Here's a smash and grab. Turned up, won. See ya.
100. Scott, you require 130.
Let's move in one of the match. Campbell looking at 130.
Parry's hoping he's not going to have the same time as Jamie Lewis from last week. He's averaging 92, and he could be behind. But he will get his opportunity now to take that 3-2 lead.
$44. Okay, you reckon 101.
Doesn't get to the double.
69.
And predominantly in this
Scott, you
game, when he gets to the
require
double, he's been
86.
fierce. He's been visit perfect. 2 out of 3 when it comes to outer ring shots. But he might not get a shot at a double in this leg.
18 for the bull. Bullseye it is.
Game
Bullseye
shot
got. He
the
was very
fifth
close to his
leg.
previous effort.
Scott
And I suppose
Campbell.
practice makes perfect. And Kurt Parry have an ironic
Sixth flag, it's Scott to throw first.
look on his face there. And it's going to be one of them
Game on.
weeks where the smallest things are going to be punished. And that is exactly what happened there.
Yeah, Kurt Parry cutting a figure like Denzel Dumfries on Saturday night for Internazionale. Sometimes you just got to hold your hands up and say, right, that was better than what we got right now.
60.
They were good as well, weren't they, PSG?
Yeah, congratulations to PSG. It's amazing what happens when you
95.
get rid of some dead wood.
Well, PSG may be the winners of the Champions League, but Arsenal is still the best team in Europe, according to Mikel Arteta.
They haven't won anything.
Yeah, but, you know, they didn't... Liverpool didn't match their points total
140.
last
Yeah,
year.
Henry. Arsenal didn't win anything. Tottenham won a cup. Newcastle won a cup.
47.
Crystal Palace won a cup. Liverpool won a cup. Arsenal didn't win anything. And that's the thing about this place as well. Only one person can win. You could be on 5 or 6 consecutive finals, but if you don't win, you're not the winner.
123.
And of course, Chelsea won the Conference League, and no one should discredit the Conference League.
Well, of course they shouldn't. West Ham won it. It was a great win for West Ham and
60.
for Chelsea. We shouldn't discredit anybody who wins here. So does Danny Ayres say that he's the Arsenal of Series 11 because he was better than Jeff Smith? He just didn't finish the job. Jeff won, Danny didn't.
60.
Simple as that. Just because you have a chance of winning something doesn't make you better.
And of course, don't forget Manchester City won the Community Shield.
159. Scott, you require 180.
Oh, there you go. 159 can be hit in darts, but you can't finish your leg on it. But you can finish your leg on 118.
And if he can, he will double up his points tally. He won 4-3 in his opening game against Martin Turner. But he's not going to seal a 4-2 victory. Not just now, anyway. Pondering his options.
$40. Don't you require 100?
This would be some save. Oh, that second dart didn't
84.
come out of his hand correctly.
Scott, you require 78.
But despite having 6 darts on 118, Scott Campbell may only get one at a double to win this match. Obviously, breakfast didn't go down too well.
That's the best dummy I've ever seen. Slightly dangerous one, though. Double top.
To seal a
Game,
second
shot, and
consecutive
match.
victory for Scott Campbell to kick his day off. He gets the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 2. And, well, his numbers are pretty much identical from his first game. Averaged 91.28 in his game against Martin Turner and averaging 91.6 in this one. Doubling 4 out of 7. This is a really handy start. We know Scott Campbell is one of the most consistent players we have, and he's playing to that type here. Coming up after the break, Kevin Lankhuizen takes on Sam Spivey. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
He's
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, here on this Monday morning here at the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Scott Campbell got the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 2, seeing Inky's second consecutive victory to kickstart the day. Next up for us, 2 players who are at differing ends of the experience scale. Kevin Lankhuizen, who is making his debut today up against Sam Spivey, who was within a game of winning the biggest jackpot on offer here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. But Spivey man is looking to stretch his legs for the first time today. Lost out 4-0 to Kurt Parry, whilst Kevin Lankhuizen got the better of vanden Herik in his opening match, his debut match on the Live Lounge stage.
60.
Henry, I've been racking my brain since Kevin played against vanden Herik, trying to figure out where his darts are from.
96.
I think they're a Raymond van Barneveld dart.
60.
They might not be the ones that he's using right this minute, but there's something that Raymond has designed.
60.
But he's obviously going to be feeling more comfortable now that he's got a win under his belt. Because there are people who have played in Group A and haven't won a game.
100.
You don't want to join that club.
Makes it a pointless trip. Bit like the one Glenn Dunn had here in January last year.
43.
Did the temperature just go up in here? Because I can smell burning.
140.
That's right, it's the second round of fixtures. He hasn't reached the second round for years. Hi, Glenn.
123. Kevin, you require 141.
Okay, so back to the man in yellow.
Oh, Binks will like it.
85.
Why?
Because it was all yellow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, them. Them that play cold.
99. Kevin, you require 56.
There's nothing cold about the stage at the minute. We are approaching summer and things are very warm. And
Gage
he's
on the
settling
first
in.
leg. Kevin Lankhuizen.
Oh, I like that. That was
Second
a
leg, it's
deliberate
Sam to
call
throw
from the
first.
referee. Kevin Lankhuizen. That could be his calling card. Put a little gap between the first and second name. But like, was it David Diamante?
60.
Kevin Lankhuizen. Lankhuizen.
76.
Well, let's hope we don't have a player with 5 last names here then. Well, put it this way. Could you imagine we had a Vander Alexander-Arnold?
140.
It's not out of the question. Especially if you've got a bit of lineage.
66.
Let's say your grandfather was a count in France. Or maybe if you are maybe in line to
45.
the throne. Now, funnily enough, there will be a player playing for Malaysia in the PDC World Cup in a couple of weeks. Good friend of mine, Tengku Shah.
26.
He is actually in line to the throne, albeit about 38th in line, but still, I'd love to have him here. Tenku's a great guy.
Isn't Danny Dyer in some very loose way related to the royal family?
180.
And they're an episode of Would I Lie to You? Who do you think you are? 2 completely different programs.
I would very much like to ask him that
81.
question.
Sam, you require 76.
76 there for Spivey to level up at 1 apiece. This is his first leg of the day.
Game's on the second
And his first leg of the day
Sam
is a
Spivey.
14 darter. Normal service resumes for the man that is known
Third leg,
as
it's Kevin to throw
Spivey Man.
first. Game on.
If anybody's keeping count, that's number 2.
95. 95.
There are certain things in this sport that do make you giggle a little bit. One of them is the fact that Henry calls him Spivey Man. Not even sure he likes it.
Do you know what? I've never asked him about it.
How many people call Mark Webster Spider? 0 people.
100.
This is where a nickname, when you choose it, it's really important. Because what's the point in having a nickname if it's not got any
57.
connectivity? Nobody calls James Hubbard Hotshot. That was just created for him by a broadcaster so he'd have a nickname.
139.
And it stuck to him about as much as rubber sticks to glue. If you didn't pass chemistry, it doesn't.
180.
That sticks
Kevin Herik 160.
like Velcro. Beautiful shot from Spivey.
Well, he's just beginning to turn the screw here a little bit, isn't he? Slow start to the day, but it just looks like he's beginning to play himself into a little bit of form. Looking at 164 to get the break it up, put up a 2-1 lead. First dart sat perfectly for a second, just underneath. And so Lankhuizen is back for 110.
92. Kevin Herik 110.
Apparently Henry Dickens from Newcastle today. That Kevin, like, he's good, that Kevin. He's from Lankhuizen.
Why are you doing an accent of your own accent?
It's an
90.
over-accentuation.
172.
Anyway, it's the best Geordie accent I've ever done.
There's Geordie and then there's Geordie. This is double 12.
60.
And a chance
Kevin, you require
for Kevin
20.
to take a 2-1 lead. He's getting a little bit of fortune earlier today. And it's happening again.
But when you get those opportunities in this
60.
environment, you've got to take
Sam,
it.
you
You could see
require
the frustration
12.
on his face as he failed to find the 10s and 5s. And Spivey has an opportunity to break. He needs to find one at some point in this
James on the
contest.
third,
And he has got
Sam
one
Spivey.
there. He leads 2-1. And he's now looking to stretch his
Four-legged
legs.
Sam to throw first. Game on.
I suppose the one way to describe him as a player is unruffled. Doesn't let anything faze him. Even the slow start he's had this morning, he just gets up, gets on with it, and just carries on carrying on.
140.
Is that way of saying that the back of his shirt should say, keep calm and Sam Spivey? Because you're right. He is
190.
unflappable. He's like aircraft wings made out of something very heavy. Unflappable.
60.
I've got a good nickname for him. I Spy.
84.
It's different. Doesn't have a the. It's just I spy with my little eye something that begins with S.
55.
Well, I'm sure if he was spying with his little eye, he'll be looking for W's this week.
Or you could say something along the lines of I spy with my little eye something beginning with V.
140.
Spy V.
Right, let's move on.
That's better than Spivey, man.
You won't win this argument.
134.
Give it time.
Kevin, you reckon 158.
112 is a lot easier than 158. Remember, it could have been 2-1 to Lankhuizen.
80. Sam,
He
you
missed
reckon
key shots at the outer ring.
112.
So 112 to... Well, he's got a perfect guide there to open up a two-leg lead, but he drifts it wide into the 5. And so Kevin, again, being given an opportunity, but unlike the previous leg,
42.
if he doesn't
Kevin,
take this
you
one,
reckon
he's going to find
78.
himself a couple of legs adrift.
$58. Sam, you require 70.
He could be in the distance right now, Kevin. Bullseye for Spivey.
45.
He can't find
Kevin, you require
what gave
20.
Scott Campbell his lead in the previous game.
And so back down to double 10 again for Kevin Lankhuizen. And just like the previous
No
leg, he
score.
cannot find it. And you can see the
Sam, you
dejection on his
require
face.
25.
And these are the types of bona fide opportunities that Sam Spivey takes as meat and drink.
Nine.
But he cannot take there. And Kevin
you
is being
require
given
20.
reprieves.
Yeah, they've both had 7 darts at a double now.
Game show on the 4 flag.
Well, that will
Kevin
be relief
Lankhuizen.
for Kevin Lankhuizen. He's now had 10 darts at double
Fifth
and is
leg, it's
level.
Kevin to throw first.
And that's about as cheesed off as
Game
I've
on.
ever seen Sam Spivey. He's gone for a walk of about 3 steps, and he knows he's let one slip.
60.
Do you know one of the reasons why a lot of dart players my age don't like 3 odd flights, like what Kevin has on the stage right now?
85.
It's more expensive. If you want to get a yellow flight, a yellow stem connection like that, with the black one and a white one,
65.
you have to buy 3 sets. And you have to stick to 3 different times. Otherwise, you're going to have a couple of odd
60.
black flights, a couple of odd yellow flights, and a couple of odd white flights. But you can understand why he's doing it. Because it's Belgium colours.
38.
Bit like Darius Labanauskas with the Lithuanian flights. And of course, Riccardo Pietrezco, who throws it in the same order every single
60.
time, in the colour order of the German flag.
Yes, he does. And he's going to be playing for Germany with Martin Schindler
40.
in a couple of weeks at the PDC World Cup. In fact, it's next week. And they met in Leverkusen this weekend. And it was the German number 2 that won.
41.
What did you make of that competition as a whole?
Leverkusen, really good. It's been going since the first year of the European Tour. First ever winner, Raymond van Barneveld.
180.
And his darts are being used effectively there by Lankhuizen. I thought it was a great tournament. Really good run for Damon Heta. I know he wants to get another European Tour title, but
137.
Aspinall is in
Kevin, you
terrific
require
form.
118.
And he's injury-free now. So everybody's going to have to watch out for him. And he's got a break before he goes across the world
94.
in the coming weeks as well. He's
So
going to be
require
super dangerous at the
180.
match play.
Defending the money he won 2 years ago as well. Now this is awkward. Now, you don't always have to chase the treble with that second dart. 48 bullets also
58.
an option in play, but
Kevin, you
he didn't
require
like dart 1 at all because it was
24.
dangling like a loose tooth. And he might be grinding his teeth
Game
now
show on the
because
fifth leg.
Kevin Lankhuizen has opened
Kevin
up a
Lankhuizen.
3-2 lead.
Six flag,
He's
it's
got the
Sam
look
to
of a
throw
man
first.
that sat at a
Game
train station wondering where his train is.
You talking about Sam still?
Yes.
180.
I can imagine our referee being one of those train announcers. Now arriving at platform 180, Scarborough to Portsmouth.
45.
As long as he's not driving the train, we'll be perfectly fine.
60.
But he won't be the only referee that enjoys a bit of train spotting. Kirk Bevins.
58.
I remember Chris Mason was here once when Kirk Bevins used to do a bit of spotting here at the Super Series. I'll never forget the time when Chris Mason walked past a charity shop in Portsmouth, saw a book about trains, and so bought it for Kirk and bought it in the next morning.
You've got to have a little bit of fun in life.
81.
I'm not sure Sam's
Down,
having
you
fun
require
in this game.
161.
He's averaging 11 more than his opponent. He's 3-2 down.
65.
But Yorkshire dart players don't mind a little bit of hard work.
Well, Bobby George is releasing a brand new book today, and I'm sure one of the chapters will say scores for show, doubles for dough, and so far this game has kind of lived up to that particular mantra. But looking for a 14 darter, gets a 14 darter, the 96 goes, and Sam Spivey does take us the distance.
7 from final leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Well, this game actually is very much like Bobby George's feet. It's true. Bobby's lost 2 toes on either foot. So he's got 3 on one and 3 on the other.
I did not expect to be going there this morning.
I might have just spoiled one of the chapters for you.
125.
Yeah, everybody's got a story to tell. Dan Byrne lost a finger
60.
when he got his finger caught in a fence and it had a ring on it and the finger had to be removed.
A couple of Robert Green's fingers have actually indented because of his time as a goalkeeper.
Yeah, there's a lot of wide receivers in the NFL have got hand injuries like that where they cannot be fixed.
59.
Sport is difficult. If you do it long enough and you find yourself in these unnatural positions, you can get repetitive strain injuries.
140.
The next evolution of darts, without a shadow of a doubt, is recovery. And these elite guys,
60.
they've figured this out.
Sam, you require
Is Sam Spivey about to figure this one out? He could have easily lost this game. But now he's staring down the barrel of a W.
96.
Leaving himself on tops after 12, and he's almost using the experience that he's gained over the last year to get out of this game what he needed to. He's played well, he's having an excess of 90, but he's had to go to the world to win it. And when it will, with back-to-back 14 dart legs, a real kick and a real push towards the line for 3-2 down, and Sam Spivey's on the board. You could tell that he was a frustrated figure for large parts of that game, but he managed to put it right in the nick of time. 4 from 10 on his doubles, 3 180s. On paper, it looked like a really good performance, but he saved his best for last. Coming up after the break, Martin Turner takes on vanden Herik.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2 darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage, approaching the hockey with a chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone. I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Sam Spivey got his first win, getting the better of Kevin Lankhuizen by 4 legs to 3. Game number 6, the final game from the second round of fixtures, sees vanden Herik take on Martin Turner. 2 players looking to get their first win of the day. Martin lost out in a last leg decider against Scott Campbell, whilst Jamai went down 4-2 to Kevin in his opener, missing 10 darts at a double in that particular contest. Well, all seems fairly relaxed before getting underway. I'm going to make a fair presumption that these two probably haven't met before today,
First
but they look
leg,
like they've
it's
got along like
Martin to
a
throw
house on
first.
fire.
Game on!
And it is Martin Turner to get us underway.
It's one of those age gap games, isn't it? 34 years between them.
180!
And 321 points left already.
98.
That is a brilliant start from Martin.
There were signs of decent
58.
stuff in his opening game against Scott Campbell. The problem that he had was when Scott had the darts, he was putting in legs, which was very difficult to keep chase with.
96.
But the evidence is the game is in a good place for Martin, who, as
99.
we mentioned in his first game, we don't really see too much of him on the Challenge Tour. Other tours, it's pretty much a bit of WDF, and then we'll see him for his usual appearance. Did qualify for the ADC
140. Martin, you've got
Vault system.
164. $96. Jamai require 167. $131.
Jamai's grip has got me fascinated. He throws so quick I can barely see what he's doing with it.
40.
Well, that was an interesting
Jamai
play
require
from Martin,
36.
but this may be a leg that he lets slip.
Game show on the first leg. Jamai vanden
First
Herik.
time he has led a game in the early echelons. So
Second
is
leg
this
is
where
Jamai
he
to throw
kicks in a
first.
little bit better?
Game on.
If you look at his grip, it's towards the back of the barrel, which has got this really intricate design.
100.
He might be a little bit like Jan Dekker, where there's not a great deal more than the thumb and the
100.
forefinger. Now, there has to be something else with the way he holds the dart, otherwise he'd have no
96.
balance. And there's only 2 players that I can think of who've got what's called a 2-point grip, where it's only thumb and forefinger. Peter Manley and Jan Dekker.
90.
In a sort of way, if you understand where I'm coming from, the way that he throws darts almost looks like he's plating them in the
100.
board, if you get where I'm coming from.
Yeah, it's a bit loopy. You can see that he's throwing upwards, and even from a tall
61.
position,
Martin, you've required
he doesn't have to throw them
161.
very hard to get them where he needs to go. He throws them very softly. Whereas Turner, he's very much with
99.
the small flights,
Jemai require 154.
throwing them very direct.
But I can imagine as a result as well, there's a bit of a push.
Absolutely.
58. Martin, you require 62.
Yeah, look at his left arm here. He'll push it through the air. Double 16.
30. Jemai
A
require
chance for vanden
96.
Herik to get a 2-0 advantage here.
Well, he's not going to get an opportunity to do that, and so
88.
Turner back free in hand at
Martin, you require
32 to
32.
get the break back and level up at 1 apiece. Well, why not go for a double-double if you can?
Game shown the second.
And why
leg.
not execute
Martin
it if
Turner.
you can? A break apiece, 1 apiece.
Third leg, it's Martin to throw
That's how
first.
Nathan Aspinall won his
Game on.
semi-final yesterday by hitting 2 double 8s on 32. It's contagious.
60.
I have to say, great one as well for former champ Andreas Harrison beating Michael Smith. And how good was he in that particular
60.
game?
Andreas is very, very dangerous.
We'll put it this way. We're probably going to see him at the World
39.
Championship this year. And when we see him at the World Championship, he is a player that a lot of seeded guys are not going to want to draw.
Yeah, everybody knows how dangerous
59.
Andreas is now. And he's very much a hipster player, isn't he? Everybody who is knee-deep in darts week in, week out,
60.
they admire Andreas and the way he plays. Someone like Darius Labanauskis has got that reputation as well.
100.
Another former winner.
And I think with someone like Andreas, first round, first of 3 sets, it's still a course and a format where he is
100.
going to cause problems. The new beard to be feared.
Don't tell Simon Whitlock that.
42.
I think the biggest compliment we can pay Jemai is that
140.
we've already said he could be the next Jimmy Van Schie. Jimmy's only really been around for about 18 months at this level.
140.
But he's obviously got
102.
talent. You can see it. It's right in front of you. He's up against the seasoned Turner,
Game
who takes the lead with a
third
belter.
leg. Martin Turner.
Season Turner, retired Turner potentially.
Fourth leg, it's Jemai to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, that'd have been a good nickname for him. The Tide.
I think he's going to be one of those players,
180.
Jemai vanden Herik, where we've got to enjoy whilst we have him, because I don't think you're going to see too much of him on this
45.
stage. And I mean that because I think he's a player that's destined before too long to be playing on tour.
That is the ambition for a lot of young players, obviously.
57.
But I think there's a big gap between this level and the elite level that is comfortable
45.
in the top 50 in the world. We see people stuck in between the top level right here. So
100.
Super Series, WDF, ADC. And then you've got towards the back end of the rankings in the PDC, which is between 50 and 64 and below that.
180.
There are players right there
164.
who just can't get out of that jam.
And even when you get on tour, it's a different story. Look at Connor
64.
Scutt, for example. Last year, comfortably qualified for Minehead, was 31st in the Players' Championship Order of Merit. This year, 77th in the world
91.
in terms of that
Jemai
particular
require
race, shall I
100.
say.
Admittedly, people are playing rather well against him. But that's the sport. Tens.
90.
And a
Martin,
chance
you
for
require
3-1 for Turner.
140.
If he can find his second consecutive Tub Plus checkout, another one of them. Couldn't find.
100. Jemai
If there has
require-
been one fallibility
Yeah.
of Jemai's game so far, it has been his doubling. Was 2 from 12 in his opening match. But no
Game
mistake
shot
there.
on the
And we're
fourth
back
leg.
level at 2-2.
Jemai vanden Herik. Fifth leg, it's Martin to throw first. Game on.
Doesn't Jimmy Van Schie wear a little bit of that blue as well?
Both part of the same management stable, and a lot of the players on that management stable do have a
58.
similar design of shirt.
Because a lot of the shirts that you see are something to do with places, countries, certain clubs they might support.
44.
The last thing we want to do is speculate which clubs he supports. But which, you're very well versed in football, Henry. You look at that colour blue that he's wearing today, and what's the first club that comes to mind? Because for me, it's Schalke.
140.
Who've just taken Plymouth Argyle's manager.
Yes, they have. I would imagine that Martin Turner is a fan of the Minster men.
Indeed he is, and I'm sure that he would have been very disappointed. Picked up 96 points this season in the Vanarama, and then would lose in the playoffs to Oldham Athletic, who, by the way, won promotion yesterday in front of 52,000 fans at Wembley. Beat Southend United by 3-2. I'm sure that made Owen Binks very happy and made Charlie Corsafine very upset.
59. Martin, you require 69.
Ah, well, you can't have everything. Not everybody can win at Wembley. Double 18.
51.
That one came out a bit feathery. But he does have a choice when he comes back as to whether he goes for 9s or not.
58. Martin, you require 18.
Welcome to our first instalment this week of Go or Split.
Game
Go,
shot.
go, go. 3-2 it is.
Martin Turner. Sick flag, it's Jemai to throw first.
I think Jemai is starting to realise that Modus Super Series life is not like a bed of puppies.
Well, just ask
92.
his fellow Dutchman Wesley Plazier how difficult this tournament is. He was the #1 on the Challenge Tour of Merit last year, turned
81.
up, and he found it difficult. I know he won the Group A and he played some ridiculous stuff, 95 average for the group. But he wouldn't go on to win that Saturday. It was Mike Warburton that denied him and Adam Paxton that went on to win, otherwise known as the Paxton Week.
140.
The reason that one does stick out is because it was an incredible week. Everybody remembers it.
Oh, the players involved in it now on tour. Likes of Cam Crabtree. I think Jared Cole was also involved in that week.
140.
Victor Tingstrom.
Yeah, he's finding it tough on the Pro Tour. Don't blame him. It is tough. And Jemai is finding this
Martin,
tough.
you require 140.
Turner is experienced and he can turn you into shreds if he gets his teeth into you.
50.
He's just plugging away here. A typical Martin performance, waiting for his chance to win, and he's going to get that chance, averaging about 91 to this point.
64.
This is Martin Turner for you. He is solid and he is difficult to beat, and he's on the cusp of his first win of the week. And for Jemai, he had big expectations, and we had lofty expectations for Dartmouth Throne, but he looks like he's staring down the barrel of 2 defeats on 2, unless he can pull a 167 out the fire.
Do you fear the worst for the 22-year-old?
40.
Fear the worst.
And,
and he is the only person after 2 rounds of play who has not got off the mark. So lots for the 22-year-old to mull. But Martin Turner does get off the mark with that 4-2 victory. Thirsty work indeed it is. But the Minster man has averaged nearly 90 there with 44% in his doubles. And he will be very pleased with that display because there was a lot to admire about the scoring and the doubles. So 2 rounds are down, and next we have Lankhuizen back against Parry.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. We're 2 rounds down on this Monday morning, and this is what we've seen so far before the break. Martin Turner got the better of vanden Herik by 4 legs to 2. So as far as this morning is concerned, Scott Campbell's the only player to have won both of his matches up to press. 4 points to his name, and 2 really solid performances as well. Perhaps surprised it's vanden Herik, the only player not to pick up a win, whilst Kurt Parry, Kevin Lankhuizen, Martin Turner and Sam Spivey all have a win each to their name. So let's get into the 3rd round of fixtures, shall we? And let's kick things off with a meeting between Wales and Belgium. And for Kurt Parry, he hasn't got happy enough memories of a night where he was involved in a game against Belgium. He was happy enough with the game against Belgium because they'd win that semi-final 4-3 before they were losing out in the final of international pairs to the Dutch duo of Jimmy van Schie and Danny van Tripe, who we are going to see retain the title in August. He takes on Kevin Lankhuizen, who
First leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
saw decent stuff in his opening match against vanden Herik. Led Sam Spivey before then Spivey man reeled in 2 consecutive 14 darters to then win 4-3.
This is a good start.
139.
And you might think, well, why hasn't he gone for the 180 there? He didn't have any room left. Uses a barrel that is quite wide at the base. And if he gets a dart underneath that one, he runs out of room like that. So he's more likely to switch. What I've seen from Lankhuizen so far is an average of 84 and an average of 74. That doesn't necessarily get my ears pricked up. What does impress me is what he's going for and why. He strikes me as a very intelligent dart player. It's not necessarily about what he's hitting, it's about what he's going for and when. He knows his apples.
94, okay, 152.
Well, Parry's throw here is under severe threat, and the only way of saving it may have been to have taken out that 1-5-2 finish. Not to be on this occasion, so Lankhuizen will be back for 70 to get an opening leg break, but it was this part of the game which let him down at times against Sam Spivey. He looked at treble 14 for double 14. The double 7 goes, and Lankhuizen breaks.
Oh, that's a little bit different. That one's out of the Mensah Suljovic playbook.
It's Kevin to throw first.
And that one got Parry's attention.
What also should be set to attention was Kurt Parry is now biting his flights, which once upon a time when Mr. Taylor was at the peak of his powers was seen as a sign of him feeling the pressure a little bit.
100.
It's better than grinding your teeth.
42.
You can't really bite the ones that Kevin's got because they're very rigid. Whereas these flexible, foldable flights that Kurt's got,
140.
I suppose you can gnaw on those if they float your boat.
Well, I suppose the all-in-one systems don't really lend their way towards
42.
eating, does it?
Oh, come on, Henry. You are now going down the angle of edible flights.
55.
What can I say? It's lunchtime and I'm hungry.
If anybody's thinking about making them, don't. They're supposed to last. Not supposed to eat them.
125.
Although some flights look like they have been eaten by a gerbil at the bottom of the cage.
96.
Not these things that Kurt's got in. They look pristine.
And the reason they're pristine is he got them out the packet this morning.
140.
Lankhuizen's playing a decent game here, and Kurt's got to be accurate to stop him.
Game shown the
Very well done.
Kurt Parry.
That was a situation that could have been
The leg, it's Kurt to
pretty
throw
dicey
first.
if he hadn't found that ton plus checkout.
Fourth player of the day to hit a ton plus checkout. We're only at the beginning of the 3rd round of fixtures. Been a good day so far.
99.
Some really enjoyable games, some real tight, close contests. And very pacey too.
140.
Why is he called the outsider then? Does anybody know? Get in touch with us at MSS Darts on social media. If you know
84.
why Kevin Lankhuizen is called the outsider, I want to know. It
57.
can't have anything to do with the fact he looks like Eddie the Eagle.
$140.
If that was the case, he'd be called the ski jumper. But there has to be a story involved with it.
81.
That is really good.
138.
For two reasons. He's left tops from 178. You can't really do much more than that. But on the 18s, if he gets the
43.
first
Don't
one, he's going to
require
stay
40.
there to try and leave double eight with 3 trebles. Just showing a bit of darting intelligence there,
20.
but maybe a little bit of weakness on the outer ring once again.
Well, not that it's going to matter this time because Kevin all the way back on 180. It's been a really good contest, has to be said, up to press. Both players averaging
70.
in excess of 90 as you head towards the end of the third leg, which Kurt Parry hopes is in his hands, but he
10.
cannot find the 10s or
Kevin, you require
5s. And
102.
Lankhuizen here looking at 102 to break the throw, and this would be a bit of a steal.
Great dart. Double 16. That is a
Game
sensational
shot, the third
finish
leg. Kevin
from
Lankhuizen.
Kevin.
Fourth leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
He's finished well in this game. 2 out of 3. And he's definitely got Kurt's attention again.
Well, second ton plus checkout of the day for Kevin. He had the 118 earlier on, and the second 102 finish of the day. Martin Turner finding one in his previous match against
47.
vanden Herik.
He did exactly what you need to do there. That, again, more intelligence from Lankhuizen.
180.
What happens if your retrieval from left hand to right hand doesn't go right?
140.
Let the dart drop to the floor. It's very, very sharp. The last thing you want to do, if you get it wrong, is pierce something in your hand.
94.
What he did there is he just spread his fingers and let it drop to the floor. That's what you do, kids. Don't try and catch it. Don't try to do anything silly. Let the dart fall to the floor. Pick it up,
100.
then you can throw
Kevin,
it.
you require 134.
And he's got 6 darts from here for a 3-1 lead. Parry looked like he was comfortable with the leg before, bodged a few opportunities. Lankhuizen picked his
44.
pocket and now he's looking to really take charge of this contest. Big fine with the last. May just be a dart at the ball at the end of this.
Game
Well,
shot in the
what more could you
fourth
ask
leg.
for? 14 darter.
Kevin
He's just shown
Lankhuizen.
us a little bit of flair.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first.
He's finishing like a maestro right now. You look at his numbers on the Challenge Tour. There's nothing like this.
96.
He's playing above average. And we've said it many, many times before, Henry. People might come here with
79.
numbers in the 70s or the early 80s, but when they play on this stage, there's no excuses not to play well. That throw
96.
is perfect. You are not being distracted by anything when you're playing up there. You got peace and quiet,
95.
and you just get up there and do your thing.
And how many times do we say it as well, where players will play better when they're playing better players? Look,
44.
for example, players that are in the top 10 of the Challenge Tour, then get the call up to the Pro Tour, and their numbers invariably rise as a result. The
100.
standard here is better than the standard. He's playing a lot of other things without disrespect, and as a consequence, he's playing better darts because he's being forced to play at the peak of his
95.
powers.
Simon Adams said exactly the same when he was here from South Africa. And he's going to be back soon, playing in international pairs with Devon Peterson. You come here,
93.
great throw,
Kurt, you
better
require
players.
170.
He's playing better, and we shouldn't really be shocked by it.
43.
He's got a chance to beat Kurt
Kevin,
Parry
you require
by 4 legs to 1.
134.
Not to be this time, and so Kurt Parry looking at 127 to save the game.
97.
This guy is really curious with the numbers.
127.
He's doing little different things, and he's got my brain churning. And what's he going to do with 37? I wouldn't be surprised if he goes 9 double 14.
Kevin, you require 37.
For this for a second victory. Double 10.
Game
Completes a 4-1
shot and
route.
the match.
Kurt Parry had an opportunity
Kevin
to take charge of the
Lankhuizen.
contest. He missed darts at double 10 and double 5. Kevin Lankhuizen then found a 102 finish, and then from that point onwards, it was all about him. The outsider is his nickname. The outsider he was with the bookies, but he is beginning to make moves. That's a really handy performance. Average of 93, 4 from 5 in terms of his doubling. There's not a lot not to like about that. Coming up after the break, Scott Campbell takes on vanden Herik. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D! Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So we seal the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Kevin Lankhuizen got the better of Kurt Parry by 4 legs to 1. And we're at the middle point of the day. Game number 8 is a meeting between vanden Herik and Scott Campbell. Both players just having a little look to see the whether the board is straight or not. I think actually there's just a little bit of a feather just above the treble 20 bed, which Owen has just got rid of. But we are about ready to get underway for our middle match of the session. Scott Campbell, the only player preserving an unbeaten record so far on this Monday morning, winning both his games and winning both his games handily, averaging 91 in both of those matches. Whilst for vanden Herik, he finds himself bottom of the table, hasn't picked up a win as of yet.
Game on!
And I suppose when you consider the way that we were talking about before play got underway, that's somewhat of a surprise.
There are things that have happened today which aren't a surprise. Campbell being undefeated after 2, averaging over 90 in both games, that is not a surprise. That's what we expect from Scott. But Jemai losing his first 2 games and being the only person who has not picked up a win,
44.
that is a bit of a surprise at this point, but not as much as Kevin Lankhuizen winning 2 from 3.
$81.
That's why this is a marathon format. There are no guarantees. If you think Campbell's going to roll Jemai right now,
34.
it's not a guarantee at all.
And of course, things can change ever so quickly. Kevin's having a good start today. Jemai's having a poor start, but things could all switch around towards the end of the session and can switch around as the group goes along. And Scott Campbell will be the first to tell you that nothing's ever over
55.
in a group campaign. He was here at international pairs, where at one point, him and his teammate John Henderson were 8 points adrift of Kurt Parry and Richie Burnett. I hope Kurt's not listening right now, before then going on to claim Group A in the most astonishing of circumstances.
So what you're saying, Henry, in a roundabout sort of way, is that in Group A situations, Scott Campbell has got the answer. Because he did it in Champions Week in Series 10. He did it in international pairs.
133.
So really, when you think about it, Campbell should be the favourite to win this group, because he's turned himself into a Group A monster.
He likes Group A that much, we should call him the Fonz.
Scott, you require 132.
That's a pun that is not befitting your age, Henry. Might give this shot an ear.
$108.
It's probably a good thing he didn't hit that. I was going to go full Fonzie on him.
Yeah, no one needs that indignity. But he's going to come back for 2-12 to take the opening leg.
Scott,
And Jemai's got off to a slow start in this particular match. And in this company,
using the angle.
Game
So good. Super
Campbell.
smart. That little shift to the left-hand side to make double 12 just a little bit kinder. And using that marker to perfection. That is the kind of shot that makes any analyst drool.
81.
if there's one word to describe Scott Campbell, that word would be granite.
For more than one reason. He's very hard to beat.
100.
And he's from a city that is surrounded by granite.
Aberdeen, who are the new Scottish Cup champions. Beating Celtic on penalties at Hampden Park to win that particular title. There's another one to add to the year of the underdog.
Well, Aberdeen won something.
First time since 1990 they picked up the Scottish Cup.
So does that make Aberdeen a better team than
6.
Arsenal? I'm not going to go down that route, Arsenal fans. It's a different division. I get it.
So hold on, does that make Peterborough United better than Arsenal because they picked up the Bristol Street Motors trophy?
Yeah, according to Adrian Durham, they are. Because they won it the last 2 years, haven't they?
Never lost at Wembley. Longest streak of a club to have played at Wembley and never lost there.
99. Jemai require 140.
Well, Vanden Herik here is getting a little bit of time in this leg. He's got 6 on 140 to level things up at 1 apiece.
55.
Yeah, nothing's coming easy for Jamai. He's not playing at a bad level. I just get the feeling that people are gunning for him.
Well, he comes here with a reputation, and that reputation has been built on him getting results week in, week out on the Challenge Tour.
42.
It's not just the win on the Challenge Tour, the
85.
fact that that day he had a 9-darter as well. Double 14. Well, whatever you do, don't bust it.
77.
I think anybody in World Darts could get behind that play. That was so well done. Great composure, great patience. Backing himself for the next shot.
100. Jamai require 8.
So double 4 to level up,
Game shot on
double
the
4
second
found,
leg.
and level we are at 1 apiece.
Jamai vanden Herik.
And Jamai will know that Scott has got his number because en route to Scott
The leg it's
Campbell's
Scott to throw first.
Challenge Tour win this
Game.
year was a victory against Jamai in the last 16 of that competition. Campbell would open up a 3-1 and 4-2 lead, really doing the damage early on in that match. Jamai pulled a few back, went to a last leg decider before Scott Campbell
60.
went out in 15 to seal a 5-4 win. He'd then go on to beat the likes of Jacques Labre of France. We've seen him recently.
85.
And Dan Hans to win the title. Also beat Ted Evans in the round before that.
Yeah, Ted's having a pretty good season, which is really great to see. That 9-darter for
100.
Jamai vanden Herik. It came against our good pal Carl Sneed in the quarterfinals, and it was in the very first leg of the contest.
130.
That's probably the worst time to get one. You have that massive high, and then you realise, I've actually got a match to win here. But to his credit, he would hit the 9-darter, then win the next 2
83.
legs. He'd ultimately win the game by 5 legs to 2, so he never found himself behind against Sneed. And there's a little smattering of what he can do.
Well, the 102 is a finish that has gone a couple of times today. Martin Turner and Kevin Lankhuizen taking them out. In fact, Martin took his out against Jamai in his previous game.
140.
And that 140 there keeps
Jamai require
the Dutchman
102.
on his toes, looking to get the breaker throw and open up a 2-1 lead. Went for the ball, couldn't get, and so Campbell
38.
looking at
39.
118 to save throw.
118.
He's going to use the 48. That was the right thing to try.
90. Jamai requires 63.
It could be the lead for vanden Herik. One darter, double 16.
31.
And that one is
Jamai
drastically
requires 28.
underpitched.
Double 14. To a leg on throw, which will feel a bit like a break. Because Jamai has had all the running.
21.
And he's going to
Jamai
get free ball at
requires
32 to eventually get the breaker throw he needs.
Well, Scott Campbell right now is cutting the figure of a very angry teddy bear.
Game shot on the third leg. Jamai vanden Herik.
He's just had his picnic basket stolen.
Fourth leg, it's Jamai to throw first.
You have
Game on.
3 darts at a double. Doesn't matter which one it is, and you don't take it. As a dart player at this level, you're not happy.
42.
See, one of them players, Scott, that could almost become a little bit of a Super Series specialist in the
83.
respect of he's cracked the code once and he could be the type of player, particularly when you consider his consistency, considering the levels he can get to, that could be in the winner's circle perhaps
95.
time after time on a regular basis.
Well, let's be frank, Henry. It's the 2nd of June now. We're approaching the halfway point of the year. Who is the player of the season so far in Modus Super Series action? Campbell's got to be up there.
81.
Weekly winner. Finalist in Series 10. Had a belter of an international pairs week. He'd be in the running, especially with what he did in the 9-dart shootout. That's got to be one of the moments of the year.
96.
But you're right. He could be, at the end of the year, someone who picks up multiple weekly titles and multiple Champions Nights.
Well, hopefully we'll get to see Bo Greaves on
100.
this stage before too long, because she has been the best player on the amateur circuit this year, and I don't think there's a debate or discussion about it. When she's turned up, she has won. And then she's taken scalps on the Pro Tour.
140.
But I think outside of that, there's a lot of players that can say that they've had a very good season so far. The likes of Scott Campbell, the likes of Ted Evans, Darius Labanauskas, Carl Sneed in particular.
Yeah, I rate Sneed. I think he's a brilliant player.
50.
I don't say that lightly.
Jemai require
He's someone who gets my
128.
eyebrows going up and down. I think Sneed is a proper player. Now,
96.
vanden Herik will be under the microscope this week. He's doing a pretty effective job right now against a very hard opponent. And this is the greatest thing about the Modus Super Series. It's not about the money. It's not about anything like that. This is such a big opportunity
57.
to grow.
I require 32.
Whether you're Scott's age or Jemai's age, this is an opportunity to understand what you are as a player.
No score.
So many games to play.
Scott, you require 130.
There are going to be ups. There are going to be downs. And what is this for the Scot?
Well, that is a source of frustration. That's what it is.
He's going for the
59.
25 there. I'm not really sure
32.
why.
So double 16 for 3-1
Game
lead.
on the 4 flag. Jemai vanden Herik.
Well, the 4 book has been turned upside down so far in this
Scott to throw
contest.
first.
Scott
Game
Campbell
on.
had won each of his opening 2 games. Jemai vanden Herik had lost each of his opening 2. But it's the man from the Netherlands that's a leg away from his first win.
Well, even at this early stage on Monday afternoon, a win for Jemai keeps everything tight, because in the next match, which is at the end of round 3, Spivey or Turner are going to go to 4 points, with the loser of that game staying on 2.
96.
If vanden Herik wins this game, all of the players in this group are either on 4 points or 2 points. Nobody has stretched their legs at all.
Pretty much in running as to what we expected to see happen in this group.
Exactly.
$58.
You never know. Jemai might be the Lee Cox of the Netherlands, because I don't see a hair out of place. Is it going to be his week? Could it be Lee Cox's week? Could it be that week?
60.
Now, we are romantics here at the Modus Super Series, and if you want to have a romantic early June here in Series 11, I suppose Lee Cox is the romantic story, isn't he?
93.
But my word is he got a tough group. The reigning WDF World Champion, Shane McGurk, who has the highest running average on the Challenge Tour this year, and Carl Wilson, who every time he plays here improves, not just in terms of standard, but in terms of performance, because semi-final followed by a final.
125.
Is he waiting to win one now?
Yeah, that group is deadly. I was talking to some people about those group dynamics on Saturday when they were released.
84.
And weirdly, I heard from someone who shall remain nameless, if you don't win Group A, you're better off in Group C. I can't disagree with that. Because the strength of Group B this week is crazy.
Let me tell you now, this week, the dark horse is David Sharp.
95.
Watch out for him on
Jeremiah
Thursday. That is
Require
all I'm saying.
170.
All right, we're going to hold you to that.
You hold me to account, Nico.
Oh, how has that gone in?
98.
How was that dart gone in that treble 20? I don't even think Jemai knows.
112.
Well, it was dart 1, which pretty much kept it in place. But Scott Campbell to keep his hopes in place. Unlucky. So Vanden Herik is back for 72.
80.
That's the dart he was trying to have
Jeremiah Require 72.
with the middle shot. For the first time on this stage, Jemai Vanden Herik should and does get a match dart.
60.
But the opportunity hasn't been taken,
Scott,
and
you
so Scott
require
Campbell gets a
32.
reprieve. An opportunity he probably thought he wasn't going to get.
Game shot
But an
the fifth
opportunity
leg.
he seizes, and
Scott Campbell.
Jemai Vanden Herik being forced to serve this match out.
Sick leg is
If you're
Jemai
not
to throw
careful
first.
against
Game.
this Scottish captain, he can grind you into the ground using 3 darts very patiently. If you don't take that
59.
match chance, what happens next is entirely up to you. But if you can't take the heat, this guy will throw you out of the kitchen.
And Scott Campbell is a very, very good chef. I have you on.
I've
no
heard
good
that.
authority.
I've heard this weekend.
91.
Some of the best chefs in the world are Scottish.
Gordon Ramsay.
74.
Yeah, he's Scottish. The late, great Graham Fairley. Adam Handling. I'm not going to go full Jim White, but he's a friend of mine. Makes really good chocolates.
100.
All I hope is there's no players on this stage this week with the temperament of Gordon Ramsay.
No, he's chilled these days. He's not as hot-headed as he once was.
100.
We are a product of what comes before. He was only hot-headed because he worked for Marco Pierre White, who worked for the Roux family in France at a very famous, now closed restaurant in Mayfair
60.
called Le Gavroche.
Well, there'll be no idiot sandwiches this week, that's for sure.
I would pay good money to
92.
see Owen Binks go up to a player and say, "Are you an idiot sandwich?" Oh, here he goes again. Grinding Vanden Herik
140.
down as if he's using a mortar and pestle.
We're getting to a
95.
point now where if Jemai Vanden
Scott, you
Herik doesn't
require
get this game won
110.
soon, then he may not win it altogether. Because Scott Campbell is just beginning to put his foot on the gas. He's just beginning to chip away at his opponent. And is looking at a third ton plus checkout of the day potentially to send us all the way. He's going to have a dart in his hand, a double top to take out the 110.
70. Jemai Require 81.
Now Vanden Herik gets another opportunity. And he'll feel pressure on this shot now because Campbell is bearing down on him. Bull.
56.
He's had match darts in 2 legs now.
You Require 40.
Yeah, 3 in total. Is he going to pay the price for that miss again?
It's these types of scenarios and these types of situations in which Scott Campbell is so adept in. But he's unable
20.
to find tops or tens, and so
Jemai
Vanden
Require
Herik now with his
25.
best chance yet to win this match.
Double 8.
9.
And he hasn't won it. 5 darts
Scott,
for the
you
match
require
missed.
20.
Campbell's having, pardon my phrasing here, but he's having a stinker. He's not playing well, but he's still in this thing.
Game
And
shot
despite the fact
flag.
he's
Scott
playing
Campbell.
poorly in comparison to his previous 2 performances, if he wins this one, this will be the
Seventh
win he'll
and
be
final
happiest
leg,
with.
It's Scott to throw first.
It's an ironic situation, but that's the way the mind goes at
Game
times.
on.
If you look back at Champions Week, when Campbell was winning Group A in the first 3 days of the week, he'd play well 4 times. He'd have 1 bad game a day. This is his bad game, and he can still win it. And look at the demeanour of vanden Herik now.
123.
Compared to about 10 minutes ago. He was all chirpiness, all positivity. Now, that has disappeared.
42.
It's very easy in this scenario to panic, and I'm not saying he is, but inside the cogs are going to be whirling.
Do you know something? I've actually thought about saying this all day, and this is not a smart on anyone, but if you look closely at vanden Herik, he looks like a taller,
41.
skinnier, younger Ryan Hogarth.
Ah, the headhunter.
He plays a little bit like him
93.
as well. He's got the same type of grip. Bit of a loopy throw. Yeah, but the thing is he might lose. Because
140.
his Scottish opponent has now got control. Losing your first game on the stage, it'll sting a bit. Losing your second, that'll sting a bit more. This one will really hurt.
100.
He's eked out every single fibre of his experience in this game, Scott Campbell. And he is very much on the cusp now. It's been a bit of a marathon match, this one.
97.
One which Scott Campbell trailed by 3 legs to 1, but now very much the favourite to go on and win.
58. Scott, you require 100.
And he does like a 100 checkout. He's had 2 of them today. Tops is not a shot. And that's why he goes for 2 singles.
60.
Worked out really well.
Well, for Jemai, I'm sure the head will be scratched after this
41.
one. 3 games playing. It
Scott,
looks
you
like it's going to be
require
3
40.
defeats for the Dutchman on his debut as Scott Campbell looks at tops for 3 wins out of 3 to kickstart his day. Double 10. Doesn't go.
20.
Clip the barrel and clip the wrong
I
side.
require
Can you imagine if vanden Herik
167.
hits this? The mix of emotions if he were to find a 167 right now. Oh, come on. Oh, he's had another top of the match.
119.
He might
Scott, you
lose the
require
game, but fair play.
20.
What an effort.
And I'm sure Scott Campbell's heart was in his mouth at that particular moment in time. But he's got 3 more at double 10. Well, how this has been a game of ebbs and flows. But Scott
Game
Campbell
shot
picks
and
the
the
points up,
match.
and he's carrying
Scott
on where he left
Campbell.
off at Champions Week. He's 3 wins out of 3. Now, that wasn't his best display, but he's getting the job done. He's beaten vanden Herik, who's had darts to win the match in 3 consecutive legs, but was unable to seal success. A lot of missed doubles between the pair in that one, but it is Scott Campbell that gets over the line from 3-1 behind in the last leg decider. Sam Spivey's up next against Martin Turner.
$54. Charlie require 164. 44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
requires
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Scott Campbell got the better of vanden Herik by 4 legs to 3. We now head into the final game of the third round of fixtures, and it is a meeting between Martin Turner and Sam Spivey. 2 Yorkshiremen going head-to-head in this final match of the third round of fixtures, and 2 players for whom they're looking to make it on to 4 points. 1 win, 1 defeat for their day so far. For Martin, his week started with a 4-3 defeat to Scott Campbell. Sam Spivey lost that 4-0 to Kurt Parry, but they won in their second
First
round.
leg, it's
Spivey
Sam to
4-3
throw
against
first.
Kevin Lankhuizen.
Game on!
Whilst Martin Turner got the better of vanden Herik by 4 legs to 2. Are we at the stage now where we're expecting Sam Spivey to kick
57.
on?
The answer is yes. Because we know that he hasn't got a great deal of experience of playing early in the morning
100.
here. But now that it is after midday, this will feel a bit more like it.
100.
He did have a bad start. He lost 4-0 to Kurt Parry. But to his credit, he has won a difficult game against Kevin Lankhuizen in round 2.
100.
A bit better output. But coming up against someone that he will know, because Turner is from the same county, albeit not the same part.
44.
If he can kick in now, by the time he plays Scott Campbell in game 14, he can still
100.
be the player of the day.
80.
I have a sneaky suspicion that happens too often. Those darts go in very upright. And if it does happen a lot, you've got to figure out, one, why is it happening? And
105.
two, how do I fix it? Look how upright that is. It can be a strength, but it can also be a hindrance. Just ask Dave Chisnell.
Double 18. Now double 9.
Game
15
shot in
darts
the
of Martin
first
Turner
leg.
breaks.
Martin Turner.
How many times have we said that over the years?
Second leg, it's Martin to throw first.
Well, it goes back to a thing that
Game on.
you would call dart behaviour, isn't it? Knowing how your darts behave and then throwing in a fashion that allows for the way the darts go in the ball and the way your darts behave to work to the best of their ability. Well, Martin Turner's making them work and making them work perfectly.
They worked perfectly because he knows the equipment that he has works.
140.
And he knows how to bunch them together.
140.
Boy, is he doing a good job here.
$58.
15 tight in the first leg, and he's got off like a steam train in the second, and Sam Spivey, next to no time at all, is being pulled from pillar to post.
83.
Better get used to this because I'm going to do it all week. I spy with my little eye. Trouble. I think Spivey may have hit
59.
this
Martin,
fixture
you're
at the
198.
wrong time.
Because Turner here is going into turbo drive. 6 starts on 98,
58.
and he could be 2-0 up in about 3.5 minutes.
$100. Martin, you require 40.
He's on tops after 12.
Game shot
And
the
he is
second
2-0
leg.
up.
Martin
Finding it with the third shot. And Spivey is in trouble.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
And in exactly 3.5 minutes, he is 2-0 to the good. That is 2 Yorkshiremen on that stage, and I want to pay homage to another Yorkshireman. In fact,
140.
probably the most recognisable referee here at the Modus Super Series, Paul Hinks, who we both know Paul
100.
very well, and he won't usually talk about players. But when Sam made his debut here, he made a beeline about how good this player was.
59.
And when somebody that's refereed 4 World Championship finals, and he's refereed the best in the business, the best they've ever thrown a dart, and he says someone's a talent,
140.
then they have got to be good.
Well, we know that he's good.
$92.
And based on a weekly win in Series 10 and getting to the final match of the series, Paul Hinks was right.
140.
That's not gone in pure. In fact, neither of them have.
134.
It's still a brilliant visit, but Turner can still be 3-0 to the good.
Not to be, and Sam Spivey has been
97.
restricted to
Sammy
0
records
darts and a double
76.
so far in this game. That should change here. But it's only going to be 1. And double top doesn't look enticing because of dart 1 being in the way.
Martin, you require
Luke
24.
low, drag low, Turner back for 2 12s to 3 zip.
Yeah, he wanted a Yorker and he got a short ball.
Game shot
It's
the
3-0
third leg.
Turner.
Martin Turner.
This is a great performance so far. He's averaging 102.5.
Fourth
Talk
leg,
about
it's
cricket.
Martin to
The
throw
best cricketer in the
first.
world hails from
Game
Yorkshire.
on.
What an innings that was yesterday from Joe Root. 166
Yeah.
not out.
That was really good. 7,000 ODI runs now as well.
26.
Yeah, we'll just give Martin a boundary for every ball there.
15, 15, 14 the legs in which he's won in this game. Average just underneath the tum up because of that sloppy.
140.
That West Indian bowler yesterday took 4 wickets. He's pretty useful, isn't he?
83.
Well, there's got to be some sort of resistance here. Somewhat of an 11th man stand from Spivey, but
91.
beating Turner from this position, the way he's playing, is going to be very, very hard.
He's going to need an Ashton Agar type innings, isn't he?
85.
Who was the number 11 for Australia that then hit a century against England in the Ashes in 2013.
100.
It's an Ashes winter, isn't it?
Yes.
England team are going down to Australia this Christmas.
Great year of cricket. India tour in the summer.
180. Sammy Rock 170.
Well, we'll give Turner another boundary there. Well, this one could be a 6. And there it is again. So costly.
78.
Turner has now got
Martin, you
Spivey on the
require
lathe.
127.
And he can shape this game as he sees fit.
It's the button,
102.
but he's not quite on it.
Sammy require 92.
He's got one of them. He's got them
Game
both.
shot on the fourth.
What a save from Spivey.
Sam Spivey.
Well, that was a Donnarumma special, that one.
Sam to throw
What
first.
a save.
Game on.
Well, I was going to say that chances have been in short supply for Sam Spivey, but he's taken advantage of that opportunity. And we have seen comeback wins today.
100.
Saw Scott Campbell come back from 3-1 down to beat vanden Herik by 4 legs to 3. Saw Sam Spivey have a little bit of a burst of his own against
140.
Kevin Lankhuizen, was 3-2 down, found a couple of 5-visit legs to win 4-3. It is possible, but the only problem he's got is he's playing a man averaging 102.5 right now.
57.
And he has been for most of this game. Martin's in a pretty good groove, and he doesn't
45.
want to stop that. To
60.
Spivey's credit, though, he has got patience. You have to have that to be a weekly champion here. You can play fashionable and
100.
free-flowing darts for 2 or 3 days here, but if you don't get the win at the end of it, a lot of the time it's because you've done something wrong along the way, and patience comes in.
100.
Very rarely do we see anybody go through a week without a defeat. It's only happened twice.
121.
Nobody has ever completed Group A with 15 wins out of 15. It's still possible this week, but not for these guys.
100. Martin, you require 95.
Well, Martin Turner gets another match-winning opportunity, but he's seeing Sam Spivey
55.
sneak up on him.
Sam, you require.
I'm not really sure what
84.
Martin was doing with Dart 2. It's double 12.
Game shot on the fifth
This
leg.
game goes
Sam
on.
Spivey.
Hang on a minute.
Sixth flag gets Martin to throw first. Game on.
This leg may as well be the last leg because Martin Turner throws for the match here, but you get the sense if Sam Spivey breaks and wins this one, then
140.
he's going to have a big, big advantage going into the last leg because he is beginning to go through the gears. Everything that he's learned over the last year or so here, he is putting to such good use
180.
today.
The guy just doesn't panic.
99.
Hang on.
140.
He was dreaming of something there, but this is still a very strong performance. This is the kind of stuff we were seeing from Martin a little bit earlier in this game.
92.
Golden rule, don't think or mention about a 9 darter until dart number 6 goes in.
Who made up that rule?
105. Martin, you require 170.
Well, that was to win the game by 4 legs to 2.
43. Sam,
And
you require 76.
Officially, now Turner's in trouble. Now, is that single in the way? It is. That really has spiked upwards.
56. Martin, you require 127.
Spiky for Spivey.
He blocked the 60, hitting a small 20.
It's not going to get a match start here. Sam Spivey was 3-0 down. He was getting comprehensively outplayed by Martin Turner, who was averaging in excess of 102. But to the Scarborough man's credit, he has just plugged away and he's pulled out a 13-dart break to take us all the way to a last leg decider. I told you it was going to be one of them days.
7th and final leg. It's Sam to throw first. Game on.
It has been a game of 2 halves, and now we're into extra time.
We like extra time. It means extra drama.
137.
If you could see Paul Nicholson's face right now, he's trying to conjure up the words to describe this, because you almost do run out of superlatives.
We know that Sam's a great player, but there are different versions of great. Some people are dominating. Some people are grinding brilliant players like John Part.
45.
But the qualities we've seen from Spivey, we've seen the high levels over the last couple of series. This is something altogether different.
97.
Turner has barely had a look to win this game because Spivey has kept him at bay.
60.
And we said that Vanden Herik was going to hurt when he lost to Campbell 4-3. How is Martin going to feel? He was averaging 102 after 3 legs, and he could walk away with an average 10 less than that and lose the game.
60.
This might be the only time in life you may see Martin Turner without a smile on his face. Because this will sting. And I suppose what he'll hope is it then doesn't have a knock-on effect for the rest of the day.
46.
He can still win this game, but this is going to have to be 140 plus.
He did just open up the door there, Spy, because he's gone dry last couple of visits. But he's going to get 6 starts here for 116 to use his get-out-of-jail free card. He was 3-0 down. He was being outplayed. But he's found a way to win it and win it in style.
Sam Spivey.
A 118 to round off a comeback victory. He was 3-0 behind, put in a real burst. And Martin Turner just didn't have anything in return. Sam Spivey gets the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 3. That's the tail of the tape. That 118 in the last leg was magic, but he did all the hard work before that. Martin Turner will be reeling from that defeat. Coming up after the break, it is Kevin Lankhuizen against Scott Campbell. Welcome back. You're watching Pluto TV and the Modus Super Series. We're 3 rounds down on this Monday afternoon now, we can call it. Now it's 12:30. And this is what we've seen so far. Sam Spivey came back from the depths of despair, 3-0 behind against Martin Turner to win 4-3. Scott Campbell's the only player with a perfect record so far. 4-3 win against vanden. Herik was his 3rd win of the day. This round of fixtures sees Kevin Lankhuizen take on Scott Campbell, looking for that 4th win in a row. Martin Turner takes on Kurt Parry, whereas vanden Herik takes on Sam Spivey. So let's have a look at the table and see how the land lies then. And it looks very good. If you're Scott Campbell, 3 games played, 3 wins to his name, 6 points on the board so far. Kevin Lankhuizen and Sam Spivey are both on 4 points respectively. Martin Turner and Kurt Parry on 2, vanden Herik on 0 points. Paul Nichols is with me. I just want to get your take on the table so far. Scott Campbell, 6 points to his name. Okay, the 3rd game was a little bit ropey, but the first 2 he set his stall out very well, didn't he?
Yeah, I think Scott's played a very good Monday so far. He's been patient. He's shown a great deal of consistency when he needed to, whether he was in front or behind. Spivey will be very happy with 4 points, considering what he's been through today. But maybe the happiest person of all will be Kevin Lankhuizen. On debut, 2 wins from 3. And he will be very, very happy that he's got himself a couple of wins to take the pressure off his debut day.
Welcome to the Coventry Box Table. I just want to get your take on the day overall. Obviously, Scott Campbell's top of the table, but who's been the most impressive performer over the first 3 games?
You've got to say Campbell. I know that he didn't play particularly well in his last game, averaging only 78. But when you're putting in consecutive games of a 90-plus average and getting victories, and even winning your bad game, that gets a lot of people's attention for the right reasons. Winning with good darts, winning with lesser darts as well. He's turning himself into someone who's very hard to beat in this place.
And he's taking on Kevin Lankhuizen in this, the 10th game of the session, the first match from the 4th round of fixtures on this Monday afternoon.
Game on.
And it is going to be the man for Belgium to get us started. Himself, I know he'd be a little bit disappointed maybe with the loss to Sam Spivey because he's in control of that game, but he can be really, really pleased with his efforts so far.
Let me put it to you this way. If you walked up to Kevin this morning and you said, there's 4 points after 3 rounds, he would have said, deal.
180.
And you look at him right now, he is someone who doesn't look like he's under any pressure anymore. And when you remove that little bit of pressure, you'll see what these dart players can really do.
92.
Their talent can start to shine.
And at the moment, Kevin capitalising on a slow start from Scott Campbell,
60.
looking to run away with this opening leg, leads himself on a finish after 9.
He's not the first Kevin from Belgium to play here. Remember Kevin Blommer?
40. Kevin, you require
Well, Scott Campbell's taken on Kevin, and if he wins this game, he's going to be home alone at the top of the table.
You're getting a yellow card for that one. Am I right in thinking that Hausen means house?
$99. Kevin, you require 135.
If Lankhuizen means home alone, then you've really hit the nail on the head there. He's not going to hit this nail, is Kevin.
95.
He's left himself very well placed after 5 visits here.
$170.
That is beautifully done by the Scot. That's a warning. Oh, and the pressure tells.
No score.
And so
Scott,
Campbell
you
comes back
require
for tops to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead.
He is beside himself at the back of the stage. What an opportunity missed. Now, does everybody think this is going in? Because I do. Because this is what Scott Campbell does.
Game show on the first leg. Scott Campbell.
Honestly, he's like the guy he's going to take your bones for his bread.
Scott to throw
He's going to
first.
grind you into the ground.
Anything else in the crystal ball?
Oh, my word. Scott Campbell is just so predictable in a good way. You give him anything, he will mop it up.
Pitches the first leg against throw, kicks off 140, and all of a sudden, Kevin is under it. He's under the hammer, and you could say that he is Huizen under die Hammer in Dutch.
It's pretty close, isn't it? Huizen under the Hammer. Starring Kevin De Bruyne.
100.
You know, you've got to have an ex-footballer do it, haven't you? Dion Dublin's had 215 appearances on that show.
77.
That's such a nerdy thing to know.
I'm going to be honest, I don't know the exact number.
Thing is, I believe you.
180.
But a bit like Joe Hendry, I believe in Scott Campbell. If he turns around and faces the camera with his next shot,
123. Scott,
then he can hear us. Oh, what a shot that is. I believe in Scott Campbell. That's what he should walk out to if he ever makes the Worlds, the Joe Hendry music.
First. Game on.
Well, that's a 12-darter. That's 2-0, and Kevin Lankhuizen is under it.
78.
And nobody said winning was easy. Winning more games than you lose on a day like this Monday is a bit more difficult still. Do you reckon Kevin's going to have a multitude of different Belgian coloured shirts? Not many people just have the one colour these days.
People are turning into like Tiger Woods, where different colours mean different things for different days.
140.
Or you could just be like Andy Bolton. Bring 6 shirts, they're all the same, and when you go home, in a uniform fashion, put them on the washing line. It's one of my favourite darting photos, that. What did he say? Tell me you've been to the Modus Super Series without telling me you've been to the Modus Super Series with 6 dart shirts on the washing
64.
line. All symmetrical. I'm probably not supposed to say this, but I miss Andy. I miss him coming down here. He was always
85.
So full of positivity.
Really good company was Andy. So he's one of those people that if you had a conversation with, you felt good after, didn't you?
Yeah, been around the block a few times. Got a few stories to tell.
Kevin, you require 127.
Probably spending a bit more time with his good pal Nathan Aspinall, the European Darts Open winner from yesterday. Does he want it?
87.
Nah.
Played it safe. But he may not feel very safe after this visit from Scott Campbell. What pressure can he apply? Well, that dart dropped and then the flight went all the way over towards our referee.
Well, that flight, I believe, has popped out
57.
3 times today already. Might be a slightly defective stem that he may need to replace. Time for a pit stop, maybe. And that time is now, because he's now lost the leg.
Well, there was a right for a time in this contest that Campbell was going to get loose against Lankhuizen. But Kev has kept him at bay, and back to 2-1 it is.
55.
That was like your impression of the guy from the Starburst commercial. That's well before your time.
85.
Back when they were called opal fruits.
Oh, my mum told me about them.
$58. 96.
I'm trying to figure out if Lankhuizen does throw those darts in an order. Is it always yellow first? Is it always black second, then white last? You never know with those colours on his flights. He might be a fan of Borussia Dortmund.
28.
If it were Belgian colours, he'd have a red in there, right?
Well, it'll be about appropriate because Kevin is second in the league right now.
32.
Is that your way of saying that Harry Kane won something and Arsenal didn't?
Have you seen the Golden Boot trophy they have in the Bundesliga?
60.
I haven't.
So the German top flight Golden Boot trophy is basically, it looks exactly like the gun on the Arsenal badge.
63.
Canon, obviously, but you know what I mean.
Well, that is a really interesting factoid. Maybe we should say that this series is going to be won by someone who has a bird nickname. Because apparently it's the year of the bird. Hotspur, Magpie,
60.
Eagles.
Live a bird.
Exactly.
The Owls won
40.
yesterday at Wembley.
Does that mean that Richie Howson's going to win this series?
Well, Richie Howson's won here this year. Picked up the Legends League title.
Well, who's going to pick up this leg? That's a bad dart.
80.
He's thrown two good ones there, and that one in the middle is something that's made him shake his head just now.
64. Scott, you require 160.
So Campbell looking at 160 to establish a two-leg gap in this match. And it would put him to in a leg of win number 4. It mean he'd have a chance against Sam Spivey to complete the card on the opening day.
Or as Trina Gulliver has
Kevin, you require
come up with, which I
121.
really love, by the way, having a clean sheet.
53.
Well, it's not going to be a clean sheet in this
Scott, you require
contest.
60.
But to move to clear, 2 at tops. Can he sandwich away in the middle of them two?
20.
Bends the wire.
Kevin, you require 68.
That's not the worst result.
48.
But that one is.
Scott, you require 40.
This now should be 3-1. But look how many darts have been thrown in this leg. This is the worst leg of the day.
It's been a little bit tentative, hasn't it?
No score.
He's missed his marker.
Kevin, you require.
And this one could be all
20.
square.
3 more double 10. Underneath
Game
the
job,
one.
the 4 flag. Kevin Lankhuizen.
And we can get rid of that can of oust because that smelly leg is over. 2-2.
Flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
I know why he's wearing yellow, you know. The transfer window's open.
58.
And if you had a certain amount of money and you could transfer anybody from the Pro Tour to the Super Series for the next season, who would you buy? And he can't say Littler. That's just too.
47.
That's too predictable. And he can't say Cam Crabtree.
140.
When do I ever bring up Cam Crabtree? Right, I tell you what, we'll have a rule. You can't have anyone in the top 32.
81.
And so, who would I have? Scott Williams.
It's not a bad shout, that.
42.
Jose de Souza would be entertaining here.
Robert Owen for me. Never dull when Rob's around.
42.
And let's face it, he's one of the original winners of a weekly title in this series. The very first series.
60.
Well, actually, can I consider another answer? Ricky Evans, off the basis, because we know when he's here, we're going home early. Just having a look at some of the players we could gain back next year.
45.
Alan Suter, Mensa Suljevic, Roy Meikle.
Alan Suter's going to be on the tour next year. He'll stay around. He's had a decent season so far.
135.
James Hurrell's on the bubble. Andy Barton's, that hasn't really worked out for him, has it, Pro Tour life?
Yeah, I get the feeling he could drop off. He's someone who would
100.
be very, very
Revenue
dangerous here in
required
2026.
66.
Countryman, of course, of Lankhuizen, who could be taking a 3-2 lead here in a game that is it's a bit of a strange one.
26.
And he will be back for tops. It's as if Campbell has brought his scoring shoes today, but forgot the laces.
$60.
And I think he's as frustrated as he could possibly be with his scoring performance. He is 3-2 down. And if we're being honest, the outsider is getting a great deal of fortune in some of his games today, and he's taking full advantage of it.
And this opens up the door, in particular for Sam Spivey here. Lankhuizen wins this, 6 points to his name. Spivey can move on to 6 if he beats Jemai in the next one. Spivey takes on Campbell
41.
in game 14. And Kevin takes on Martin Turner. Just going back to that discussion of players we could have again next year outside the 64. You got the likes of Bay Van Peer, Steve Lennon, Owen Bates, although the Dev Tour could get him out of jail.
43.
Danny Lauby. Oh, can you imagine a game between Lauby and Evans?
I think everybody in this sport has thought of a game
96.
between those two at one point or another.
We could have Michel Toretta, which means one thing and one thing only. A beautiful, beautiful moustache.
$100. $57.
In situations like this, you'd have to back Campbell because he just has this ability to dig deep.
123.
But I will say one thing, Henry. That last start was thrown somewhat hastily. That was out of character for Scott.
But he may get away with it.
92.
Lankhuizen does leave himself on a finish, but it's a big one at 160. Campbell needs to hit, and he needs to hit big. Needs a couple of troubles from here, you feel?
Are we seeing a little bit of tournament rustiness kicking in here?
40.
You mentioned that after the pairs,
Kevin, you require 100.
he had a bit of a break. It might take him a chunk of this week to get his sharpness back.
70. Scott, you require 100.
Lankhuizen has taken out 90 today with bull tops.
Campbell 154 to take us all the way. It's not going to go, and so Lankhuizen's back for 92, complete a 4-2 victory.
Do you know what? I've just remembered who Lankhuizen reminds me of.
88. Kevin, you've required 90.
It's Fuller from Home Alone. Macaulay Culkin's cousin in the movie who likes the soft drinks.
$62.
Do you want me to make another prediction?
Scott, you're required.
I think Campbell hits this and takes us all the way. His last performance, he won 4-3 against vanden Herik, and he made his opponent sweat it.
Open up the crystal ball.
54.
But don't tell me what the lottery numbers are tomorrow night.
Yeah, we'll
Kevin,
start
you
with
require
52.
28.
So, double 14.
No
Doesn't
score.
go. And Scott Campbell here is being presented with an opportunity
Scott, you require
against vanden Herik.
12.
Scott Campbell averted mismatched darts in 3 consecutive legs. He has averted a match start here. Is he going to pinch the pocket of Lankhuizen and take us all the way in this one?
Game shot on the 6th flag.
Never in doubt.
Scott Campbell.
Never in doubt.
7 from
Where
final
this
leg,
game
it's
goes
Kevin
next,
to throw
only
first. Game on.
Destiny knows. There is no favourite in this game.
96.
This is your quintessential coin flip. If Campbell walks away with another 4-3 victory in this contest, he will feel blessed.
At this
82.
present moment in time, he is living what one can only be described as a charmed life.
He's not like that Blur song, Charmless Man.
60.
Although if he does win this weekend in the series, he could find himself in a nice country house.
77.
It's a really interesting quirk that some players have, isn't it? When they step on top of the oche first. Johnny Clayton does it. Gary Anderson does it.
100.
I'm not entirely sure why some players do it, but there are some younger players that I've met who use it as a way of stopping
90.
their motion of walking forward. And then they address the oche by putting their foot behind it. There you go. Steps on top. So it will feel weird for Campbell when there's no raised oche when he plays locally.
$60.
Hasn't left
Giving
himself
you
on a
require
finish. Lankhuizen
156.
has 6 starts at 156 to win it. He's not going to get it with the first 3, but it's all about keeping it tidy, keeping it handy.
40.
He's not put the type of dent that he would have liked in that, Kevin. And so Campbell here has got an opportunity, if he hits big, potentially become favourite for the match all of a sudden. He's doing it again, Nico.
135. Kevin, you require
Unless Kevin
160.
hits this, he's going to lose.
96.
Now, he probably
Scott,
knows
you
enough about
require
Scott Campbell
46.
that he thinks he's let this slip now. Campbell has been offered this game on a plate.
And it looks like it's going to be a case of twice in succession. Scott Campbell finds himself in a spot of bother, but he manages to find a way out of it. He had to evade match darts against vanden Herik. He's evaded a match dart here, but he's found a way to win. And he's picked up a 4th win of the day. And it means that when he faces Sam Spivey in game 14, it will be to complete the cards. Scott Campbell played superbly in his first 2, and that look there was a look of a man that's used a get out of jail free card. He's walking down the tunnel and he can't quite believe how he's won that game. Kevin Lankhuizen's back to the practice room wondering how he's lost that game. But it's Campbell 4, Lankhuizen 3. Next up it is Turner and Parry. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lankhuizen Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow!
Welcome back to Pluto TV and to the Modus Super Series, where, if you've just joined us, we've got 5 more games to go
First
on
leg,
this
it's
Monday.
Martin to throw first.
Game number
Game
11
on.
sees Martin Turner take on Kurt Parry before the break. Scott Campbell got the better of Kevin Lankhuizen by
100.
4 legs to 3, coming back from 3-2 behind to win that game in a last leg decider. Kurt Parry
100.
looking to move his way onto 4 points. Both players looking to move onto 4 points with a victory in this one. And it feels like these
100.
two have almost become somewhat of the forgotten men in the table.
Yeah, that's a fair statement at this point.
140.
I think Turner was reeling from that 4-3 loss to Spivey, but with the last game being a bit of a marathon, that gave him a bit of extra time to compose himself ahead of playing Kurt.
140.
And this one's going to be swift.
These two get at it with a fair bit of pace.
100.
Martin Turner, the
121.
Yorkshire Rippet, up against Kurt Parry, who's looking to race into a 1-0 lead as he finds the bullseye and he finds the 1-2-1. His second ton plus checkout of the day, and it gives him the breaker throw he needed at some point in this contest. 12 dart start, and what a start. And when he's playing like this, he is just so good on the eye and so good to watch.
That 12 darter is a really
45.
big red flag for Turner. Because Parry, if he gets that first start going, and he's starting with a hot leg like that, this could be anything.
$100.
These guys would have played on the Pro Tour at
60.
pretty much the same time. Because Martin was on the Pro Tour about 12, 13 years ago. So was Kurt.
100.
And they've had very different journeys ever since.
Truly different paths, but they converge here to the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on this Monday, the 2nd of June 2025, which also turns out to be Kurt Parry's 32nd birthday.
Do you remember where you were when you were 32, Henry? Oh, that's
59.
right.
Martin, you've got 116.
It hasn't happened yet. But it will.
6.
That's all right. You've got to go back a fair bit of time to find out your 32nd birthday.
I remember exactly where I was. I was in Spain.
100.
It was the same weekend that we lost Spivey Ballesteros. Double top.
36.
Oh, there could be trouble.
Game
Trouble with a
second
capital
leg.
KP.
Kurt Parry.
Parry is in no mood to mess around.
Gets Martin to throw
2-0 to the good,
Game.
and he just looks effortlessly in control. Well, this could be one of those games which could be over in the blink of an eye.
140.
But just remember Martin Turner's last match. He was 3-0 up on Spivey Man. He was cruising
32.
clear. But then the man from Scarborough raced off 4 legs in quick succession to win
60.
in 7. And it has been a day of comebacks. And it has been a day of 4-3s.
85.
In fact, each of the last 3 games have gone by a 4-3 scoreline. And you know what? I expect there to be at least 2 more before the day's done.
I'll 4-3 you in a minute.
180.
Yeah, what's Kurt got to say about that? Say it again. I bet he gets another max to leave double 12.
I'll tell you what.
45.
I'll take you up on your offer. It's going to be a 4... No, it doesn't work. It don't work.
40. $96. Kurt, you're 164.
Parry won 6-4 for 3-0, not to be. Now, Martin Turner's had a couple of darts that are doubled in this game. He should get more on the back of this 80 to bring it back to 2-1.
80 for Parry is very different to 80 for Turner because of this.
40.
That's
Kurt,
stacking
you're
method.
93.
But it could still be 3-0.
33.
Didn't get enough in the lead up.
40.
And so Turner gets 3 in hand.
Game shot
Only
the
needs
third
to 2.
leg. Martin
Brings it back to 2-1. And the breaker throw that Kurt Parry got in the opening leg of this match is going to have to be cashed in here.
Kurt to throw first. Game on. 60. 100. 140. 85.
Now, is it game on, or will it be almost game over? But like you said, Henry, there's no such thing as game over until you hit the final double.
60.
It's not like snooker where you can plant a red up the table and then put some safety pressure on your opponent. You've got to go and get it.
Maybe that's something we can introduce into darts, a defensive component.
140.
Well, there is a defensive component in the game of cricket in darts.
83.
That was one of the tournaments on offer at the Canadian Area Open at the weekend. Parry looking to open up a 3-1 lead if he can find double 16.
69.
Would have been for his second time
Martin,
plus
you
check out of the
require
match.
133. 19. Kurt, you require 32.
So 2-16 then.
Game shot on
And
the
a
fourth
two-leg
leg.
lead
Kurt
Kurt Parry has.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that Toronto
Fifth leg,
area
it's Martin
open.
to throw first. Game on.
What is going on in the world of darts with these terribly named tournaments? I mean, it's held in Toronto, and it's called the Toronto Area Open.
93.
Why is it not just called the Toronto Open? And hello to our Hungarian friends once
59.
again with your classically named tournaments like the Start of Year Open or something like that.
180.
It's like the name of those tournaments were made by AI.
140.
All of a sudden, this game has gone into a bit of
140.
overdrive. He leaves a match-winning chance if Turner doesn't convert 88. Interesting. He didn't go
48.
for 18
Okay,
ball. He doesn't think he can hit
164.
this, Kurt.
And he'd be correct. But nonetheless, tops left after 12 for Martin
56.
Turner, bring it back to 3-2. And it would force Kurt Parry to serve it out in the next
Game
leg.
shot on
And
the
that is
fifth leg,
exactly what the
Martin Turner.
Welshman's going to have to do because the man from York has brought it back to 3-2.
Sixth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just one more thing on that Canadian tournament the weekend. Leonard Gates was one of the winners in the men's tournament.
100.
Vince Tipple made the trip all the way to Canada. He picked up a victory,
45.
as did Dieter Hedman. But there's a very familiar name who won the girls' tournament.
140.
Layla Bunce. You might know the name Bunce if you watch the Super Series.
95.
And because it was a gold ranked event, Leonard Gates and Dieter Hedman will
100.
get automatic tickets to the Lakeside. That takes place at the end of November to the beginning of December.
100. Okay, you require 161.
Well, this is now a very good position to be in.
77. $85. Okay,
Well,
you
this
require
to
84.
get the job done, and he's got 6 darts from here. It's double 12. Well, that was a really
Game
tidy
shot and
performance from Kurt
match.
Parry. There were
Kurt
some really
Parry.
good passages in there, and he just had too much in the end for Martin Turner, who remains on 2 points in the group. Everything about that performance, Kurt Parry will be pleased with. Got off to a quick start, 1-2-1 checkout for a 12 darter to open up. Average of 91.5, the doubling decent as well, 4 out of 6 for Martin Turner. He's just going to have to dust himself off ahead of his final game of the day. One more match in the fourth round of games. Vanden Herik takes on Sam Spivey.
54. Charlie Maguire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Gave wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Got
Couldn't
it,
get the job
it.
done.
Got it, the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Kurt Parry got the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 2. Decent performance that from Kurt, 91.5 average, moves on to 4 points in the group. Next up for us, Sam Spivey, a man very used to the live lounge in Portsmouth, looking to move on to 6 points of victory against vanden Herik, who's very much looking around the surroundings of the live lounge in Portsmouth and in desperate search of that first win on this stage. He had the opportunity to beat Scott Campbell, had match starts in 3 legs from 3-1 up against Scott, against a man in Sam Spivey who's already come back from 3-0 behind to go and win a game on this Monday morning. So underway we are.
95.
This is game 12 of 15, and enjoying every single dart with me in the commentary box is Paul Nicholson.
96.
If you'd approached me at 9:15 this morning and asked me to construct a table from 1st to 6th, there's no way
59.
I would have said vanden Herik would have been 6th at this point. I may have put Spivey somewhere in the middle, but there's no way
57.
I would have had vanden Herik 4 points adrift of Lankhuizen, based on what we know.
57.
This is a surprise.
Well, it's a bit like that song, you think you know, but you don't know. And I suppose what we were saying about Jemai for Dart was we were saying that 9-1 perhaps would represent a bit of value for him, but hasn't quite worked out to plan. But this is the joy of this format, because yes, today isn't quite working for him, but he's still got 5 more days to get it right. And winning Group A isn't the be-all and end-all. And, you know, you mentioned about maybe Group C over Group B. Well, if he does have a poor day today, then it looks more likely than not he's going to be in that group. And, well, that dart just went absolutely everywhere.
He caught the flight, though. That was a good catch.
Maybe he's decent in the slips.
140. Sammy,
they do like their cricket in Yorkshire.
Yes, they do. There used to be a rule, didn't there, that if you wanted to play for Yorkshire, you had to be from Yorkshire.
Jamali require 50.
It was a bit like the Metropolitan Police football team. You had to be a Metropolitan Police officer to play for the team.
Game shot the first.
That's a double 16 for Jamali vanden Herik to lead 1-0. That's not a rule anymore.
Second leg, it's Sam to throw first. Game on.
Hang on. The Met Police team consists of players that don't work for the Met Police. What did they do? Get Romario in as a ringer?
They're just a commercialised football club like any other one now. So I don't think they've had a police officer play for them for years. I remember when we played them in an FA Cup tie when I was working at a previous job.
And we were?
Having a Waterloo. Lost 1-0 as a conference club. It made BBC News. Not one player in that team played for the Metropolitan Police.
Oh, that's ridiculous.
100.
The only person I think in the building that was Met Police staff was probably the groundskeeper.
Was he called Willie?
57.
Moving on.
Stone-faced as usual, Spivey.
100.
He won't panic. He never does. We're just looking at who's won the weeks in this series so far.
100.
Jeff Smith won Group A. Scott Taylor, Group B. John O'Shea.
65.
He didn't win Group A either, did he?
Didn't he play Group A?
Exactly. So that teaches you that you don't have to win Group A, but it's nice if you can have those 2 days off to get yourself ready for Saturday. Spivey's in his first Group A. He's doing all right.
78.
But he could still be 2-0 down.
152.
So Jamai looking at 152 to get the break and open up a 2-zip lead. Not to be, and so Spivey will be back to get this game back on level terms at 1 apiece.
Game shot on the second leg.
He's just solid.
Spivey.
He's just solid.
Third leg, it's Jamai to throw first. Game on. 58.
And it is a pretty stacked and packed week here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Group A is just starters for our week. Group B takes place on
85.
Thursday and Friday, and the players joining the party: Mark McGeaney, Joe Bridle, David Sharp. Honestly, watch out for David Sharp. He's
65.
punched in some good stuff this year. While it's in Group B, Lee Cox, Shane McGurk and Carl Wilson.
60.
I've just been doing a little bit of digging into the name vanden Herik, or Herik. Apparently that family
58.
name is rather large in the Netherlands for engineering. Not really a surprise. The
58.
Netherlands as a country, they've got a huge logistical and engineering background because of their proximity to water.
180.
Oh, that one floats. A 140 finish off the back
44.
of a 180 would float his
Jamai
boat.
require 140.
6 starts from here, and he's going to need that full quota to put himself back in
82.
front.
100. You might require 58.
Just be wary that Spivey is on a finish now. Don't keep missing doubles. And sometimes I feel his action's just a little swift.
154.
There's a lot of swift bringing of the dart backwards towards his jawline. He could maybe do with just a tiny
94.
little bit less
Might
pace on the
require
drawback.
20.
Bit like Jermaine Watamina. That's what he's been working on the last year and a half. Oh, no. He's not going to hit this. Oh, how's he done that? That's incredible. Dart of the day right there.
Well, we both had that
Sam
same collective gasp, didn't we? It looked impossible, the angle, but he's managed to find a way through. And surely Sam Spivey in the background was expecting to come back.
120.
If I was in Sam's shoes, I'd be thinking, I'm getting a shot. What is it that some sports brands say? Impossible is nothing.
Impossible is me going through a game involving Sam Spivey and not saying the word Spivey, man.
Well, you've just ruined that by saying it.
60. $100.
Maybe Vanden Herik is a Birmingham City fan with these colours.
Your good pal Dance is a Birmingham City fan, isn't he?
58.
Yeah, so is Troy Deeney. He's not me pal, though. He's just someone I work with indirectly.
41.
But they have American backing now, don't they, with Tom Brady? Which means at some point, Troy's probably going to ask someone to deflate a football.
99.
Only joking, Tom.
Them Wrexham coming up. It's going to be a very tough championship next season.
Yeah, just a bit. And there's going to be a local derby in Portsmouth next year. Southampton versus Portsmouth. That's going to be fun.
Another. We'll never know the answer as to whether Sam Spivey was going to go for the ball for that.
84.
He can do what he wants, Henry, because Spivey man can do whatever a Spivey man can. He might not be able to do this. Well, that's a mistake. And something
28.
that Jemai can jump all over.
Require 115.
And if he does, it could be game-changing. He's found the treble. And he's going to get a dart at tops.
75.
Floats above the wire, and so Spivey's back for 2-2. Back for tops.
Game shot on the 4 flag.
Never really in doubt, was it? You just got the sense that a finish like that was just going to go.
Flag, it's Jemai to throw first. Game on.
And I think the story of Jemai Vanden Herik's day so far has been a case of being there or thereabouts. He's been competitive in every game. He's given himself
96.
opportunities. But when push has come to shove, he has been unable to find that opening that he's needed.
He's not putting people away.
100.
That's the biggest thing right now. And that's what you have to do when you're in this situation.
63.
There were other tournaments happening over the weekend across the world. We had 2 tournaments happening in both Geelong and Christchurch, 2 fabulous darting towns over in Oceania. The Geelong Dart Club Classic, which is a big tournament in Victoria, was won by our pal Brandon Weening. So many congratulations to Brando and to Joanne Hadley, who did win the women's event. But the Canterbury Open in New Zealand was won by Johnny Tata.
58.
I wouldn't be surprised if Johnny qualified for the Worlds this year. He's having a good season.
He's kind of pretty much a guarantee for Lakeside as Vanden Herik finds a 170 to leave himself a 32 after 12.
Leg 5 Jemai might be saying ta-ta
100. Jemai require
to it right now.
32.
Surely not.
No score.
He had that one
Sammy
blocked by
require
2 darts as well,
104.
but he couldn't find the answer this time.
And is Spivey going to pinch his pocket again? Because he's looking at a 104. And he's almost
84.
hit that kid with another haymaker.
require 32.
It's time to find out who's the bat and who's the ball.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Spivey is the ball.
Jemai vanden Herik.
And Jemai vanden Herik says doodooey to that leg.
6th
That's
leg, it's Sam
bye-bye
to
in
throw
Dutch.
first. Game on. $46.
You asked me this morning what the name Jemai reminds me of.
140.
And I jovially said that the first thing it reminded me of was the 90s band Jamiroquai. And there has been points today where it has been virtual insanity for
121.
Vanden Herik. He's had opportunities, but he hasn't been able to take them. But he's now got a chance to get that first win on the board. And also suppress Sam Spivey to what would be a maximum of 6 points.
I think vanden Herik would be a very popular dart player in the northeast of England. He could have his own chant.
100.
Why I Jemai? If you want to know what he has on his toast in the morning, it's Jamai.
140.
I'll stop.
But luckily, Jemai is so far away in this leg, he's forced you to stop. He's looking at 87 to win the match,
90.
and Sam Spivey, for
require
once,
87.
hasn't got too much by way of a prize. Left himself on a finish, but it's all about the Dutchman, who's left himself on a finish after 9 against the throw. It could be a potential 12-darter.
69.
He's now got to hope that Spivey
Sammy
ain't going to do
require
something stupid
144.
here.
But he might. This is another chance
96.
for vanden Herik to get
Jemai
off the
require
mark to keep
18.
Spivey at bay before he plays Campbell in game 14.
You have to say the elusive win. But he's missed more
9.
chances. And this was exactly what
Sammy
happened in his
require
game against
48.
Scott Campbell earlier on. And Sam Spivey's got an opportunity to take us to yet another last leg decider. 2 in hand at tops. Doesn't like dart 1. That's why he stepped back. Double 10. Huge dart.
20.
But that's a huge miss.
Jemai require 9. $5.
More match darts missed.
Sam, you require 20.
I think the previous games are having an effect on him right now.
Game show
And
the
this
6th
could be another game that
Sam
affects him
Spivey.
maybe for the rest of the week.
Well, I promised you more 4 threes.
Final leg is Jemai.
And we've got another one.
Game on.
Now, Jemai Vanden Herik here needs to put whatever has happened in the last couple of legs and the last couple of matches behind him.
140.
He's 11 from 50 on the doubles today. That's not sparkling. If you want to realise why
60.
Vanden Herik has not won a game today, it's because of the doubles. He is so close to 20% for the day. That won't cut it here.
100. $60.
Well, he's in a position where he can get it wrapped up again. He's in control of this last leg.
55.
Trouble of score there makes it a bit interesting, though, if Spivey can pile in something big.
The thing is, Henry, he's been in control of this game pretty much the entire time.
60.
It really feels like he needs to get this first win so we can start seeing how he can play properly. This first win is like a monkey on his back, trying to steal his wallet and his lunch.
42.
Bit of a late lunch.
96. Jemaya require 164.
6 darts and 164, but we've been here before.
I thought you were going to start a limerick there.
94.
Oh, here comes the pressure. He doesn't want to go for the max.
140.
And if
Jemaya
vanden Herik
require
misses again,
70.
Spivey is waiting to steal all the goods.
One more. One more.
58.
And it's a while away.
Sammy require
You
85.
could not have placed that any closer without finding the target. Sam Spivey has got more lives than a Cheshire Cat,
53.
but he hasn't taken that chance.
Jemaya require
He shouldn't have had
12.
that dart for the match. He shouldn't even be in this leg.
game.
But
shot
Jemaya
out
vanden
the
Herik
net.
eventually
Jemaya
gets across the
vanden
line.
Herik.
Look at the relief from that young man right there. He's just really happy to finally get over the line. The numbers are irrelevant. 4 from 22 on the doubles though. That's what we've seen. He won't be happy with the numbers, but he'll be happy about the fact that he's on 2 points now with Martin Turner.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series, where we've still got 3 more games on this Monday afternoon for you to enjoy. And to begin the final round of fixtures, it is a meeting between Martin Turner and Kevin Lankhuizen. And, well, Martin very much enjoying his time here in Portsmouth and enjoying a very leisurely conversation with our referee, Owen Binks. He's still carrying on the conversation.
Some dart players, Henry, do like a conversation with the referee before they play because it allows
First
them
leg,
to
it's
relax.
Martin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, notice how Rob Cross talks to the referee and to the MC before every match quite freely. He gets
85.
a great deal of comfort from talking to people. Does the same with the security guards as well.
I don't think a conversation with Owen Binks has ever been described as relaxing.
78.
Steady on.
$96. $134.
I'm not sure if anybody's relaxed in this game. Martin's only got 2 points for the day.
100.
So maybe he's feeling it a little bit more than Kevin is, who has 4 points in the bank. And if he walks away with 4, I think
100.
you'll think that today's been all right. But if he walks away with 6, which is that key total that gives you more wins than losses. Oh, that flight's gone.
39.
Has he damaged that flight
Kevin
to the degree he has to replace it?
149.
Obviously not. But I think if he wins more games than he loses today, Lankhuizen's going to be feeling very,
60.
very good as he rests up for tomorrow.
I think about the long-term effect as well, because it would put him in a good position to get into Group B on Thursday and Friday night.
I've got a really
60.
interesting question for you in the
Kevin
next leg,
Ibrahim,
Henry.
89.
Let's see if this goes first. It will not. Not for the Belgian anyway.
49. Martin, you require 121.
That one's not going to go either.
81. Kevin, you require 40.
So Lankhuizen looking at double top to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead.
Game shown the
No
first
mistake.
leg. Kevin
And the
Lankhuizen.
Belgian takes the early initiative in this one.
Second leg, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, here's a question for you. When was the last time that we had a winner of Group A that you thought that was a
57.
surprise as of how I was feeling on Monday morning? So a surprise Group A winner.
180.
The first time we ever had somebody winning Group A on 18 points, that was Dan Astbury.
57.
I think that was a big surprise when that happened. If he did it these days, it wouldn't be as much of a shock because we know what Dan can do.
59.
He's a great ADC player in Shropshire.
I suppose in hindsight it shouldn't be, but because we didn't know too much about him before, probably Carl Wilson. We know now how good a player he
57.
is, but prior to his first appearance here, there wasn't too much to go by. Jamie Owens?
180.
That's a good shout. Well, he's not going to be in Champions Week, is he? He's already been here in this series and he's not going to make it.
96. Martin, you require 82.
It's been a really good leg from Martin.
Okay.
Game shown the second leg. Martin Turner.
At no point did I think that he was going tops there. He didn't need
Third
to.
leg, it's Martin to
And I
throw
thought
first.
he'd missed the single
Game
20
on.
off the first shot. Martin's just shown us a little bit of a triple Salchow there. That was a wonderful shot.
85.
Who said he can't teach an old dog new tricks?
Well, he has had these bursts, hasn't he, at points a day, but I suppose you can attribute it to Kevin at times as well. It's just
140.
not been consistent enough. Kevin's been able to find what he's needed to have found. Martin's had levels where for little bursts of 2-3 legs, it's been there or
140.
thereabouts, but hasn't been able to to do it over the full course of a match as of yet.
48.
I don't think we can forget about the fact that Turner is predominantly a secondary group kind of guy. He doesn't do a lot of full weeks.
134.
He'd usually come in a Group B or a Group C.
Well,
that visit worked out well in the end.
142.
Bad first start, brilliant last two.
102.
Martin's up the pace and he's upping the quality as a result of it. Leaving himself tops after
79.
12
Martin, you've acquired 40.
to move 2-1 to the good.
Game
Not the
shown
first
us
time today he's
further.
found double five,
Martin
but that
Turner.
one's pretty valuable.
Full flag, it's Kevin to throw first. Game on.
Who is the most famous Kevin? It's probably Kevin
45.
McAllister, isn't it? The fictional character from Home Alone.
Kevin Costner?
Yeah, he's pretty famous. He's won an Oscar.
83.
Kevin Keegan?
Kevin Kenny, the great dart player from Merseyside.
93.
Kevin Painter, before he ats us. Although he's probably in Tenerife right now wearing a
83.
terrible shirt.
Is Kevin still a name these days? As in for like...
170.
The Kevin's like being born.
Oh, I can see that. Oh, he's a Kevin.
60.
I think it's more fashionable in other countries, maybe not in the UK right now. I think you'll get more Kevins in North America or possibly the Netherlands and Belgium.
140.
So you don't see many Nigels, do you?
80.
Apparently there's going to be no
Kevin,
Garys
you're
left after
acquired
2050.
106.
There's none left at the BBC.
44.
Well, Lankhuizen's left himself on 62 to level this game at 2-2. And ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the possibility of another 4-3.
97. Kevin, you've acquired 62.
Martin doesn't want that. He wants to get this done well in advance. Interesting play here. It's tops.
Game
Works
shown
a treat.
the 4 flag. Kevin Lankhuizen. 5th flag, it's Martin to throw first. Game on. 140.
You're right about the names. The names are changing. We get a lot of the same Christian names or first names when they
87.
come here. But it's the first time today that we've had a Jamai.
45.
Not the first Martin we've had. We've had plenty of those. Martin Grayson, Martin Adams.
60.
We've had an Owen play on this stage. Owen Bates.
75.
Had a few Camerons. Menzies, before you go further.
I was going to say, who possibly could have had that name and played here?
58.
There's a Cameron that hasn't played here yet, that people want to play here, and there's Cameron Carillison from South Africa.
100.
Proper player.
May well see him before too long.
David Cameron. Finalist, lost to Bradley
100.
Roos.
Martin, you've acquired 141.
Turner doesn't want to lose this game. If he does, he might need a darkened room for an hour.
81.
Well, to put his nose back in front.
60.
Beautiful guide. Can't follow it. Double 10.
40. Kevin, you require 150.
I'm going to be really interested to see the daily statistics tomorrow morning, because some of the doubling at times has been poor. We've seen a few displays today where the doubling has been good, like 4 from 5 from Campbell in his first game, but predominantly after that, it hasn't been great.
No,
it hasn't been great
Kevin,
there
you
either.
require 125.
And treble 15 off the back of the 125.
Ah, the old Rod
60
Harrington
after the
125 route.
520.
This guy's got a lot of tricks.
Well, he's certainly keeping the spotter guessing.
No score. Kevin, you require 65.
Martin is now 2 from 10 on the doubles. Kevin is 2 from 3. Is that about to change?
30.
Oh, it changes,
Martin, you
but it's a
require
negative
20.
change. Not the first time in this game that he's dragged a dart low and left.
Double 5.
10.
The misses
Kevin, you require
continue
35.
to magnify. Well, Lankhuizen's lost his radar on the doubles recently,
Gage
but
on
there
the
it
fifth
is.
leg.
And Kevin
Lankhuizen.
finds himself 3-2 up.
Without
Six
sounding
leg, it's Kevin to
disrespectful,
throw
if you look at
first.
the games
Gate.
that Kevin has played today, he has had a great deal of fortune. His first opponent, vanden Herik, was 2 from 12 on the doubles. In his second game, Spivey was 4 from
100.
10. That was a little tidier against the Belgian. Then Parry was 1 from 7.
130.
And Campbell was 4 from 14. People are getting plenty of opportunities against him. He could have lost one of the 2 games that he
137.
won. But the games he has lost, he could have lost them heavier. As people warm up, and they
134.
usually get better on Tuesday and Wednesday, I don't think he's going to get the same fortune.
100. Kevin, you require 92.
Well, he's had a good leg here, leaving himself 92 after 9 to seal a 4-2 win to finish his first day here with 6 points. A really good
Game
debut
shot
day
and the
for Kevin
match.
Lankhuizen,
Kevin
who's got the
Lankhuizen.
better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 2. 3 wins and 5 is a very good return for a man making his debut. The ADC Western European qualifier is very much in the swing of things here in Portsmouth. That's the tail of the tape. Next up, Sam Spivey against Scott Campbell. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where it is lights, camera, action here on this Monday afternoon. We haven't quite got the green light, but we are ready to go, go, go in game 14 of our day. It's a meeting between Sam Spivey and Scott Campbell. Before the break, Kevin Lankhuizen got the better of Martin Turner by 4 legs to 2. That ends his day with 6 points. Sam Spivey could do exactly the same with a win here. And if Scott Campbell can win this game, then he will complete the card following the first day's worth of play. Well, Paul Nicholson has uncringed himself after that previous comment I made and is ready to commentate on some darts.
Yeah, this could be just another great day for Campbell. If you think about the dynamic of this match,
45.
Spivey's best effort would be 6 points. But most importantly, to try and keep close tabs on Campbell, it's not necessarily about him getting 2 points, it's stopping Campbell from getting 2.
57.
That would be good news for Lankhuizen, it would be good news for Spivey, it would be good news for everyone, apart from the Scotland captain.
And it'll keep everything in play. Yes, there'll be a gap
140.
going into Tuesday's play, but it's an attainable gap, particularly if Spivey could do the double in this particular matchup. It mean the gap would be down to, well, it'll be down to Nout, and it will all be up for interpretation.
140.
What I will say is that Spivey didn't look himself in his first game this morning. So having Campbell first game tomorrow is not a good thing.
59.
Based on the behaviours that we know.
Well, he feel like 6 points he's squeezed the lemon for all it's worth, and you consider some of the positions he's been in.
If Spivey gets 6 points from today, he'll have got juice from the pips.
80.
And I'm not talking about Gladys.
$58.
We've seen many times people get 6, 8 points and they walk away thinking, I'm not really sure how I did that. Campbell's last 2 averages have been in the 70s.
60.
But he has won both of those games.
Well, Campbell leads himself on 164, but Spivey will be hoping this is a set-up turn.
59. Scott, you require 164.
So 164 on offer here for Scott Campbell to take out the opening leg. It's not going to go, and so Spivey will be back looking at 140. And he's going to have to take out the 140, otherwise he's going to get broken here.
That was a sensational third dart. That dart was just as good.
100's got you require 36.
Great technique from both lefties. He's looking to create that angle again, this time on the other side of the board. Look on the bright side, Scott. He's still got 36 left.
Game
There you go.
Leg.
That's the angle.
Scott
and that's a
Campbell.
1-0 lead.
Took a perfect
Second leg, it's
ricochet
Scott
off
to
the
throw
dart
first.
one and off the barrel and in. And
Game on.
there's the break that Scott Campbell needed. He's 3 legs away now for completing the card on the opening day's worth of play.
Never underestimate the narrative of someone who is left dominant. You think about other sports, the greatest left-handed batsman, Brian Lara.
91.
He was unconventional. He was a lefty. He was amazing. There have been great left-handed bowlers.
60.
I remember when I was younger, I used to watch Alan Mullally. Great left-handed bowler. Left-handed tennis players like John McEnroe. Left-handed golfers.
140.
Yeah, Phil Mickelson will go down as the greatest left-handed golfer of all time, but there were left-handers who won majors before he did.
96.
Mike Weir of Canada. He won the Masters before Phil Mickelson did.
Great left-handers in snooker, the likes of Jimmy White, I suppose, would be the best of which. Judd Trump. I mean, Ronnie O'Sullivan can play with any hand.
140.
But lefties in this sport, you've had Alan Glazier,
82.
James Wade,
Scott, you require
Martin
130.
Phillips. All highly regarded. Mark Webster, Ron Meulenkamp, all winners.
$43.
Still not had a left-handed PDC world champion yet.
I don't think we've had a left-handed finalist.
96. Scott, you require 87.
Well, this lefty has won here in the previous series, beating Peter Washuri in the final, and that doesn't count. He's gone the other side. He's at treble 3, it's fallen out.
31.
Then he's at treble 2, and he's
Sam,
found
you require
himself still on a
167.
2-darter.
He might not for much longer, though. Spivey couldn't find the treble 19, which would have given him a look at the ball.
95. Scott, you require 56.
Why does it feel like Spivey is tentative in going for the 60 twice? Well, that wasn't part of the plan. It's worked out okay, though. This is plan D.
$48.
He's moved
Sam, you
across and he's
require
overcompensated.
72.
And Spivey's got an opportunity to level up. And if there's one thing that he's been good at today, it's been mopping up the pieces when others have missed in front of him. Is he going to do the same again here? Scott Campbell thinks so.
Game
And he'd be
shot the
correct in
second
that
leg.
particular thinking.
Sam
1-1.
Spivey.
Just come to pass in my brain.
Third leg, it's Sam to throw first.
We've not had a left-handed champion
Game.
here yet. Spivey would have been the first.
That's true. Yeah, I think Ron Meulenkamp's made the semi-finals here.
Yes.
And he wasn't even a weekly winner, was
140.
Kells isn't left-handed.
he? Correct. Graham Usher's a lefty. He's been in the final.
Lost to Conan, didn't he?
140. $135.
That's more like it. That looked a little less pressurized, like he was taking a foot off the pedal there a little bit, Sam.
72.
Suddenly, this game has just changed a little bit, hasn't it? Because Campbell, to all intents and purposes, just looked in complete control of this. Missed a few darts to win the last leg.
59.
I know, admittedly, it's on the Spivey throw, but it just feels like the momentum has shifted a little bit.
Might be something to do with hitting double top on that 56 checkout. It's just made him feel a bit strange.
171.
Ignore everything we just said.
167.
Well, that really was an incredible visit, wasn't it? Just when you think he's out of a leg, he pops in something like that.
131. Scott, you require 180.
Whatever you do, don't start on 19s this time. You do whatever you want to, Scott. That is amazing.
The third leg. Scott Campbell.
Absolutely world class from Campbell. The 171 followed by the 118.
Scott to throw first.
And that has changed this game for the positive for the Scotsman. That was sensational.
In all the wrong ways, we've got the right scoreline here.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, actually.
Campbell should have won leg 2, Spivey won it. Spivey should have won leg 3, Campbell won it.
There he is running for cover again. He doesn't want to get maxes because he doesn't want that dart to hit the flight first and fall on the floor. It's a really good plan.
I think he's fallen into that once bitten, twice shy mentality, and you can hardly blame him for that.
Well, in the Premier League final the other day, the first half of Littler's game against Price, tops and tens weren't working. What did he do in the second half? He started using something else. And it worked. You can't constantly do the same thing over and over again. If something happens on a day where your scoring is not materializing easily, think of another plan.
85.
This is not archery. You're not just going for one target. You can utilize different parts of the board to get the same result.
59.
That's where the comparisons to archery end with darts. It is a static position. You are using something else for the projection of the arrow, or in our case, the dart. Because you're using the bow. We don't have bows, we have arms. So, let's go down this rabbit hole. I'm going to pose a question.
Scott, you reckon 194.
Why is archery a sport? And nobody argues with that. But people argue that darts isn't. When there's more human interaction with the ballistic component. Case closed. Darts is a sport. End of story. And that
54. Sam,
is
you
that.
require 150.
Huge passes in play. Campbell's left himself on top, so 3-1 lead. Spivey looking at 1-1 fight to level up. Treble 20. Gets it. One dart in his hand. A double 18.
79.
He cannot fire back from the 118 to Campbell in the previous leg. And so Campbell looks at top to go within a leg of completing the card on the opening day.
looking to use that on the angle again, trying to get it right.
20.
He doesn't get it right at all. It actually went further away.
36.
Double 18.
Game shot on the fourth flag. Sam Spivey.
And a little bit of juggling to boot. Don't try that at home.
Don't try that at home. Henry's
Fifth flag,
right.
it's Sam to throw first.
If you've had darts in your hand your whole life, you know how they behave. Some players will do that, but please don't try that at home.
But try doing this at home.
140.
You can try, but sometimes you'll fail, but keep trying it.
81.
Is this where the Scottish train ends? A lot of trains end in Portsmouth. If you went any further, you'd be in the English Channel.
57.
You're assuming that the trains run, Nico.
Yeah, Scott Campbell didn't get the train down here. He flew.
40.
He did exactly the right thing.
However, he did get a train to Portsmouth when he got from the airport, and he left his jumper on said train. So if anybody's seen a loose
100.
jumper on a train between London Gatwick Airport and Portsmouth, please do get in touch with us because he would like it back.
What kind of jumper was it?
I don't know, one you wear.
What kind of jumpers do you not wear?
140.
I sincerely hope it's not something with a great deal of sentimental attachment. There's nothing worse than that. There's nothing better than that on a dartboard. And after Campbell was looking at 3-2 for a lead, he might be staring at a 3-2 deficit now.
140.
Well, double 12 left after 12. This has been a really productive leg for Sam Spivey. Who once upon a time stared down the barrel but has
22.
missed opportunities to open up a
Scott, you
3-2
require
lead.
100.
And Campbell's taken this out twice today.
Twice in the same game. And he did it with 60 tops both times.
$90.
He could have won this
Sam,
game
you
by now.
require 2.
Spivey's cornered into double one.
But one of
Game's on the
Spivey
fifth
man's
leg.
greatest traits
Sam
is
Spivey.
getting himself out of said corners.
Sixth leg, it's Scott.
And he may well save his day if he wins
Game
one more leg.
You're not going to let go of this Spivey man thing, are you? Has he got a gardener called Ivy Man?
100.
Well, sometimes you've got to be a little bit
97.
creative, and on that occasion I was, and it's just stuck. I don't know, I'm genuinely not asking whether he likes it or not, and I don't think I want to.
You are the only person who is responsible for calling him Spivey Man.
60.
We just call him Sam.
I think the other one, the Castleford Tiger, stuck a bit better, didn't it?
Yeah, that one makes sense.
140.
Yeah, Tom Sykes has had a really good career here at this Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And it's not done yet.
Well, in fact, you could probably draw a lot of parallels between both players. ADC qualifiers,
100.
unheralded, unknown till they came here, made an instant impression, and they've been back ever since, and they've made a Champions Week final.
Absolutely right.
In Tom's
60.
case, too.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to be reminded that he's been into 2 finals. Losing out to Darius Labanauskas and Scott Taylor, who will have a chance of a second series title in the middle of August.
57.
Must be like Jimmy White every time he does a Q&A with Stephen Hendry. Please stop reminding me.
58.
Does the game end or does it continue? That is the question.
$140.
That
Sam,
amount
you're
of
back
points
146.
could make it continue into leg 7 again.
Odds on, it does go all the way.
58. Scott, you require 44.
It's just been one of them kind of days, hasn't it? It's the type of day which has seen drama from the very first start. And he has to move across, has to find an angle. Can he find a way through like that?
On the sick flag.
That's some dart.
Scott Campbell.
That is some dart.
That is laughably good.
7th and final leg. It's Sam to throw first.
It's not the first time he's done it
Game on.
today. This guy knows his angles. It took him 2 or 3 attempts to get the position that he felt was comfortable correct. But when he got it right, my word, what a shot.
100.
Well, who's going to have the last laugh here then? And you know what they say? The last one to laugh is the one that lasts the longest.
$91.
The difference in this
59.
leg is huge. Scott Campbell wins it. He has a 4-point lead going into the action on Tuesday, regardless, irrespective of the last game. If Spivey wins this, then he gets reeled right back in.
He could have a 6-point lead
140.
overnight over Spivey, Parry, and Turner. Who thought that was possible?
94.
No one.
Well, Kevin Lankhuizen could well be his closest opponent in the table going into Tuesday's play.
$60.
He's given some shoulder into that one now. Maybe the left side of his body's starting to tire. Seems a long time ago since we had that 171 followed by the 118. It felt like that was changing the game. It hasn't. Hasn't been a day of maximums either.
$60. Sam, you're back 164.
Well, Sam Spivey's going to get first opportunity to win this game. He's not going to take out the 1-6 Scott Campbell has played 34 out of a possible 35 legs a day,
95.
but he could win every match he plays.
Scott, you
And
require
there's been 32
150.
maximums today. But there's only 150 points separating the Scotland captain from a perfect Monday. It's over before it even started. And Spivey could be the man to stop
78. Sam, you require
the Scotsman from having
69.
said perfect day.
I get the sense Sam Spivey's not the only person that wants this finish to go, because this would do a lot of people a lot of favours. He's going to get a match dart at tops. And he clips the
29.
top of the wire. And so Scott Campbell is back
Scott,
for the
you
card.
require 72.
The first question he's going to ask if he hits this 72 is, how? He's not played bad today, but he's not played anywhere near his best. And he could still walk away with 10 points.
Tops it is.
52.
But a miss on that target
Sam,
for
you
Scott
require
Campbell has opened
40.
up the door again for Sam Spivey. He's already missed a dart at tops to win the match in this leg. He's going to get 3 more. And he's got a beautiful guy with dart 1. And he utilises it perfectly.
Sam Spivey.
And it was one of those days where Sam Spivey drew out everything he possibly could. He's beaten Scott Campbell 4-3, who had a dart to complete the card on Monday. That dart at tops came and went. Spivey wins 4-3, and it means it's going to be a tight table going into Tuesday. Our final game sees Kurt Parry take on Jemai vanden Herik.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we are about to enter the final game of the day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. It's a meeting between Kurt Parry and vanden Herik. And as far as today's concerned for
First leg,
Jemai,
it's
it was
Kurt
a
to
really,
throw
really
first.
good start to the
Game
year,
on.
but it hasn't been a good start to Super Series life. He did get a win against Sam Spivey last time out, but that's the only win he's got so far on this Monday, up against Kurt Parry, who
125.
with a win here would move on to 6 points and would guarantee he'd finish in 3rd place in the league table following
59.
the first day's worth of play.
$85.
There are days when 4 points is good. There are days when 4 points is bad.
$85.
If Vanden Herik was to walk away with 4 points today, that would be good. For Parry, it would be bad.
121.
It depends on when you win, how you win, and the dynamic of the table. But like you said, Henry,
60.
everybody wanted
Currently require 107.
a win for Spivey in that last game to keep things tighter. It's happened. Now you've got to help yourself.
45.
Well, he's left himself on 125 to take the opening leg. Jemai nowhere to be seen.
He's right there.
97. Currently require 125.
Will you stop being pedantic?
You heard him, Kurt. He didn't fancy a 25 ball.
85.
He did the right thing. I wonder, you know, I'm looking at the technique of
140.
Jemai, I'm wondering if he's left eye dominant.
Game shot on the
He might be
first
cross
leg.
dominant,
Kurt
which is something very similar to Bobby George, Phil Taylor.
Second against Jemai
Martin
to throw
Lukeman.
first. Game on.
Look at the way he draws his dart back here. Goes to the left eye, not the right eye.
140.
Left eye Jemai.
45.
Kurt's the other way. He's right eye dominant. That's why the dart comes towards his right eye.
It's a throw that, to me,
93.
feels very similar to Tony O'Shea when he was in his pomp and peak. Not completely the same, but there are a lot of similarities. It's been a very long day, hasn't it?
I think his action is very similar to Adrian Lewis. In a strange,
98.
complementary way, I think it's better than Lewis. It's just straight up and down. The elbow height is perfect. It
60.
stays at that height.
Might require 170.
Stay there. Just seen a few too
98.
many darts today that have found their way into the boat short of target. So that's something he's going to have to work on overnight and maybe first thing in the morning.
I require 70.
Well, he's got a great opportunity here to get back level. Plenty of time.
Game show on the
Only
second
needs the one
leg.
dart. 15
Jemai
darter
Vanden
to
Herik.
level us up at one apiece.
Third leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
What will be your overall synopsis of the day as a whole?
44.
Puzzling. I
100.
think vanden Herik really... Herik, sorry, I'm still getting used to pronouncing his name right. I think he'll be a bit mystified as to
100.
how things began. He did play better than Lankhuizen in the first game, but just didn't double well enough. And I think that set him off on the wrong
58.
path, mentally. I think as far as Kurt's concerned,
54.
people see him as quite enigmatic, because if he turns up, he will win. He's got a silly top level.
180.
But if we look at what averages he's had today,
92.
they haven't been that high for him. 91.55, 90.76,
97.
81.24,
100.
84.81. He's better than that.
66.
double 12. Oh no,
No
that's the
score.
one thing you
Go, you're
can't hit
back
when going for double
110.
6. Nothing too high. Double 16.
94.
Could have been a really classy pinch, that one.
66.
Would have been the second time he would have taken out that finish today. And so Vanden Herik is looking
Game
for
show on
double
the third
12,
leg.
and he's looking for the
Jemai
break,
Vanden
and that's
Herik.
exactly what he gets to open up a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Jemai to throw first.
How many times do you see that? Somebody
Game
busts a score and then gets it the next visit.
It's what one would call sod's law.
30. $140.
I remember when Adrian Lewis had his first child. He used to say to us on the tour, I love darts, because when I go away, it gives me a chance to sleep. Because when he's at home, he wasn't getting any sleep.
100.
So I always used to look at people who brought their kids to darts quite quizzically, as if to say, do you not want to get any sleep?
59.
But you have to do what's right for you, your family, and your form.
140.
You see plenty of sports stars taking their kids with them on tennis tours, golf tours, even football. Whatever works.
100.
Well, you can see it from his shirt. It's the career of Kurt Parry, but it's a journey which is being shared with his family.
70.
He's throwing the darts and they're living every dart with him. He's got an opportunity here to square the game up at 2-2. Vanden Herik is all the way back on double 18. If this does not go, it doesn't.
31.
And so the Dutchman's got a chance to open up a two-leg gap.
36.
Is this going to be his best performance of the day? Not with shots like that.
28. Kurt, you require 20.
2 10s for 2-2.
Game show
No mistake whatsoever.
Kurt Parry.
My word, that was a good double 10. That went in with power.
Fifth leg, it's Kurt to throw first. Game on.
I do find it quite fascinating that he's brought his family and they're staying in Bognor. Doesn't sound like a great place, does it? But
100.
Bognor Regis is all right. But if you compare that to where he lives, there's no contest. There's a golf course not far from where he lives called Southern Down.
140.
It is spectacular. You go to some of the highest points of that golf course and you can see
60.
views that you can only dream about. So at one point, Kurt and his family have said, do you want to go to Bognor for a holiday? I'm getting kind of tired of this view.
93.
Well, I think part of the idea, and I think he did it last summer as well, they stayed at a holiday park somewhere, and so basically he was mixing playing darts
99.
and having a family holiday. And for him, as we know, this isn't the be-all and end-all for him. This is a hobby that he's very, very good at.
Yeah, I think it's the same for Conan Whitehead. He
128.
takes his family with him, and he gets a source of power from them, a source of inspiration. And if that works for Kurt,
60.
I'm 100% behind it.
Jamai require 140.
Well, 140 for Jamai to open up a 3-2 lead. It's not to be on this occasion. That's got 6 darts, though. 10 points better off in terms of the averages in this game.
He's not going to hit this 60.
45.
That's why he went for the bull. It was completely shut out.
$85. Jamai require 95.
Double 19.
Game
In
shot
it goes,
the
and that's a
fifth
break
leg.
and a 3-2 lead.
Jamai
And
vanden
Jamai Vanden Herik has the darts here to complete a 4-2 win, which would mean that Kurt Parry can leave Portsmouth and enjoy his birthday celebrations.
As a dart player who tours and spends a great deal of time going to different places,
59.
sampling different tournament types and meeting different people, birthdays, family occasions, bank holiday Mondays, things like that, they all go on the back burner.
60.
Today is just another day.
And you know what? I've just realised I've not sung him happy birthday yet.
128.
And you're not going to. That's right, Kurt. Keep him quiet. Just keep getting those 2 treble visits. Looks like they're both getting the message. But the message for Parry now is if he doesn't put his foot down,
58.
4 points is all he's going to get. And believe it or not, Martin Turner could be bottom of the table overnight on 4 points. Sorry, on 2. He only got 2, didn't he?
Well, this has been a day where it's been very difficult to make up what has happened. But it's about to come to a culmination here as Vanden Herik looks at 116. If you're hoping to have 6 of them here to complete a 4-2 victory, it's up for tops.
96.
Not there.
Kurt, you've got 148.
How many times today have we said 1 match dart missed? Too many times.
40. Jemaya require
He's only fixed it once.
20.
2 10s. And now up for double 5.
Game
Well, he lost his
shot
first
and
3
the
games
match.
today, but the
Jemaya
response of
Herik.
Vanden Herik has been superb, winning his last 2 and putting himself back in contention. And there's a smile beaming from ear to ear, and I'm sure that's a message to someone somewhere. A 4-2 victory against Kurt Parry rounds off the day, a day which sees Scott Taylor top of the table. Analysis comes shortly, but first, an opportunity for you to join us here at the Live Lounge. Well, this is what we have seen on this Monday here at the Super Series. It's a day that was dominated by Scott Campbell, winning 4 of his 5 matches. The only defeat, as you can see there, was in his last game of the session against Sam Spivey. He had a bit of an up and down day alongside the likes of Kurt Parry. And I suppose the player of the day was Kevin Lankhuizen, who picked up 3 wins from his 5 matches. And he finds himself second in the table. It's Scott Campbell that leads the way going into Tuesday's action. 4 wins out of 5, and Mr. Dart to complete the card.
He certainly did. Campbell will be, I think, very happy at the end of the day, Henry, because he didn't play great. Some of his averages were in the 70s. He had a couple of good wins early on with 90-plus averages. But if we're going to be fair, he's the one who was able to dig his way out of trouble more than anybody else.
Well, Nico, thank you for your company today. That's how the table looks following the first day's worth of play. We'll be back tomorrow for 9:30 a.m. But prior to that, the Tungsten Talk series will return, and it's a chat with Mark Dubridge, Flash, the former World Masters champion and the former World Championship finalist. Then we'll have the story of Gary Anderson. That's on 5 p.m. And the live action, as I say, resumes tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. Scott Campbell leading the way in Group A, everyone 4 from 5, and then all builds to a crescendo on Saturday from 7:30 p.m. as we see who the 4th name through to Champions Week will be. That's it from us. We'll see you tomorrow morning. Take care. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison!
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
Time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!